Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear that? Yes. No, can you hear that? Yes. Are you serious? It's people talking. How amazing is it to have everybody in the room today? Welcome everybody to Albany Estate. It's my pleasure to see all of you here, mixing, talking, getting to know one another. Congratulations on braving this weather to attend our first business forum, and appropriately titled Workplace Wellness. I feel like I'm amongst friends, and for those of you who I've just met, welcome. You are now our new friends. I'm Cooke, founder of The Engine, a leading business advisor and your host for the day. So if you don't want to listen to me, now's your time to step out. Before we kick off, I'd like to invite one of my clients, Eve Hay, National Sales Manager for Profile Products, to open our forum with a karakia. Eve.
Me karakia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he hauhu, tihei, mauriora.
Right, so let's start with some housekeeping. Some of you have already frequented the toilets, but the toilets are actually inside the villa as you come through the front door. The exit is that exit, however, if in a case of an emergency, we can lift up the other exits. Those that smoke, we've got over behind the hedge there, a little area for everyone that does that. I'd like to thank our key sponsors, Albany Estate and Wine Time, for hosting us today, and which for transparency I also co-own. I'd also like to thank our Albany Estate vendors. You'll see Lionel over there. He's one of our photographers who does a lot of events here at Albany Estate. So Lionel, thank you for taking the photos today. I'd also like to thank Lenny. Lenny was stroking my ego early this morning, so thank you for doing that, Lenny. But Lenny is actually live streaming this event right now. So if you paid for a ticket, we're also live streaming it, just letting you know. Now, I'd also like to thank DJ For You, who provided the projector behind us, And if you are still here for lunch, which I hope you will be, Sweet Bites have also provided some yummy cake as well. I'd like to thank the Engine Friends, Walker Whalen, Martelli McKeag, It's Organic Darling, and also Wrap for Gifts. You would have actually received on your chair a little gift bag like this. You can save the chocolate fish for me later, or not. There's also a little chocolate in the bag from Wrap for Gifts, and there's a number of brochures of people that will be speaking today. The Engine is a recognised leading business advisory firm with an established and credible professional community hub. Please stand if you are now one of our providers or advisors for the Engine. These amazing people have helped me on my journey to help a lot of businesses, and without them, I could not have achieved it. So thank you on behalf of myself. Right, how many of you have invited 300 people into your home all at once? I've done it many times, but in August 2021 last year, I invited 300 people into my house via Zoom for the Retail Global Conference across New Zealand and Australia, which was cancelled due to COVID. In fact, Ian Taylor and I came to the rescue when it was found that they had not been inclusive in their thinking of diversity. I was extremely humbled to open and close this event. It was at this event I started the conference with my favourite subject. Marketing is like dating and branding is the reason they say yes. No, this is not a Tinder forum. I just want to be clear on that right now. At this event, I gave away 3 trade secrets, and I'm about to share them with you today. So I hope that you all signed a non-disclosure agreement as you came in today. No? You best get out there and sign it, because I'm about to give away some secrets. Also, I'd like to acknowledge my good friend before I give you a trade secret, Gary Brown. Gary is actually a running candidate for the Mayor of Auckland. And the thing I love about Gary is extremely customer, community, and people focused. And Gary, I invited here today. He's at a council meeting today, and he's slipped in and he's going to slip out. But I just wanted to let you know, Gary, can you stand and let the people of Auckland know that you're standing for Mayor? We have another Mayor candidate in here as well for Taupo. She's going like this. Catherine, I can't believe you're doing this. Christine Rankin, would you like to stand and let the people know that you're standing for Mayor in Taupo? You can sit down now, Christine. Anyway, I'd like to wish both of you the best of luck, and if you see Gary slipping out, that's the reason he'll be slipping out. Right, well, business owners, here is a secret no one's told you. Secret number 1, your brand defines you. You need to be storytelling. To do this, you need to be vulnerable and brave, and you also need to be open to feedback. If you engage with the Engine, we will always do a deep dive to find out what your customers and employees think before we commence our work. Today, I'm going to share my story with you. When I was 26 years of age, which wasn't that long ago, I can't hear you, that was really like, I had an aneurysm, and a lot of people don't know I had an aneurysm unless you work with me. I had an aneurysm which cost me my hearing in my left ear. The specialist gave me some really sound advice. He said to me, stay home, have a family. Have a family? I hadn't even thought about having a family at 26 years of age. I was very career focused. Instead, I built my first company from the ground up to multiple companies with a staff number of 90. Even been granted the rights of Rugby World Cup 2011 and 2008 on a global scale, along with being a sponsor of the national rugby team, Canterbury, Tasman, Wellington, and Rugby League, New Zealand Rugby League. It meant I was able to execute my vision to expand in the Northern Hemisphere. However, I almost lost everything with another business venture. However, I almost lost everything when another business venture was derailed by circumstances out of my control. It's safe to say I know growing pains and adversity well, and have seen what happens when a business goes well and not so well. I remember sitting on the couch and I had two choices: let it consume me, or know who I am and use it to my advantage. All I can tell you is, as I sat on that couch, it was one of my most deepest, darkest moments. And I've seen many people go through that, and it's my pleasure to put a hand in and lift them back up. I then became the business advisor of the Business Chamber of Commerce, covering business problems nationwide in 2015. However, I knew I could not give my all to support business nationwide with credibility if I was providing point solution advice. I said to you I was the business advisor nationwide. What that meant is I really only had 15 minutes to talk to people. And for those of you who've had business problems, you know that it's more than a 15-minute answer that you need. You actually need someone to go on the journey with you. So, in order to operate as a business advisor at a higher level, I needed to do this holistically. And that's why I created the engine. To be across all moving parts of the business and to have a credible specialist provider community to support me. Having been a business advisor since I have an extensive track record in helping hundreds of businesses grow. What I know to be true is if you surround yourself with the best, you have an even better chance of success. I care about success, and I'll do whatever I can to enable others to reach their full potential. In fact, I'm known as the advisor not on the sideline, but the advisor that gets in the pool with you. And Charles, one of my clients who owns Colonial Hot Tubs, will know that I've even been challenged on his home show stand to hop in a bikini so we can actually get a purchase for a hot tub. Charles will save that for the next expo we do. Just the other day, the client manager for Albany Estate, Athena, would you stand up, please? Oh no, can you stand up? She gets my joke. She calls me boss, and we've had our fair share of storming and loving. But we have the relationship, I hope, that many will have with their team. She said to me, you build people up to encourage them to be a better version of themselves and their business. And we signed off with the relationship we have. Love you sweets, love you. Thank you, Athena. This forum is a vision which was to happen in May 2020, but that thing COVID got in the way. So today you will hear from selected business owners about their growth in business, find out what is happening globally to improve workplace culture through Charlotte Lockhart from 4-Day Week Global, have an economic outlook view from Tony Alexander, and round up with some great pearls from the ladies at Organised Chaos, who put together their own brand of organisation to get from here to there through the chaos. First up, I'd like to invite my partner and business partner, actually not my partner, he's my husband, sorry Peter Cooke. I'd like to invite my husband and business partner, Peter Cooke, Director of Albany Estate, the venue for the New Zealand Bride and Groom Wedding of the Year, and sponsor of this event about his journey from corporate to running a business. Please welcome Peter Cooke to the stage.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. And as Catherine said, I have the great pleasure to be a co-owner with Catherine of the Albany Estate business, along with other businesses that we both work together in. And it's a great privilege and pleasure to have you all here today at our lovely venue. I see the sun's now coming out, so it's all looking positive for the day, and I'm sure we're all going to get some real value out of today. It's an absolute pleasure also to be able to host a forum with the theme around workplace wellness. It's a key focus area for us at Albany, for our people and our customers and our vendors, and so it's a really relevant theme at the moment. Some of you will know me, some of you won't. So I'll give you a little bit of background on me. My career background's predominantly been in the corporate world, about as far away from this type of business as you could possibly get. I worked in banking, insurance, worked in foreign exchange, I worked in travel. More recently I've worked for Lotto New Zealand and also IAG and for EnviroWaste in a customer experience role. So my main background's all been about customer, whether it's the front end, frontline customer service, contact centres, or the strategy and development of customer experience programs. After that long career, I guess you could ask, okay, so why into the hospitality and event business? I guess lockdown and COVID's changed a lot of our thinking and a lot of the environments that we found ourselves in. And one morning, instead of waking up and jumping straight onto the inevitable Zoom conference call, which I'm sure we all did pretty regularly back then, Catherine said to me, "Good morning, handsome." That's me, by the way. How about we buy a wedding venue? Okay. I'm usually fairly, not conservative, but relatively risk averse. And the change in that greeting made me change my thinking and approach. And I must have been suffering a bit from the lockdown blues, but I said, you know what, we should do that, let's do it. Let's buy that business. So this was in September. So in November last year, we bought the Albany estate business. We were still in lockdown, so we couldn't have any events, we couldn't use it. But we bought it, and I think the easiest part was making the decision to buy the business and to leap out of corporate into business ownership. The hardest part around the process of making it happen, well, that was a bit more difficult. Fortunately, I had a great business advisor, and together with other awesome partners, our accountant support, our lawyers, we were able to navigate the path of due diligence, contracts, councils and liquor licenses, brokers and banks, and we were able to acquire the business in time for the lifting of the COVID restrictions in December and start having events back at the venue. We're very, very lucky to be able to be in this industry and have the opportunity to host people here for memorable events. And that's the essence of what we're here to do, is providing people with memorable, lasting memories of gatherings with people, friends and family and colleagues. Albany Estate was the venue for the New Zealand Bride and Groom Wedding of the Year. Athena and her team have delivered an incredible and emotionally charged wedding at that time, within a month of planning. They had 1 month to plan this event. Since then, the wedding itself's been seen by over 5.5 million people worldwide and with over 36,000 comments on TikTok. When we took over Albany Estate, we wanted to use our customer experience background and Catherine's dynamic marketing experience to really make Albany Estate a venue of choice. We've now got a big problem, doing quite well in that space, and marketing space in particular. Athena, who's having a sit down at the moment, but running around crazy busy, is complaining in the best way. She's got too much work, too many inquiries, too many people wanting to have events. So our social media and our marketing and our brand is bringing in business that we couldn't have imagined. Basically, it's never been this busy, right? There you go. She has to say that. Yeah. But we didn't just crank up the marketing, we also focused a lot on building strong customer experience and branding. I'll give you a bit more about that soon. But for now, what I'll do is I'll take you on a tour of Albany Estate, play a little video.
And you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, will I know where to find you? Will I know where to find you?
So hopefully that gives you a bit of a view of what the venue looks like on a good day, a nice sunny day in the summertime. And from making memories to timeless moments, this is what Albany Estate is about creating, whether it's a wedding, a special event, a corporate function, a client function, a celebration. That's what we're here to do, and that's the essence of what Albany Estate is all about. The blank canvas and incredibly committed vendors that we work with enables us to breathe life into an outcome that meets and somewhat exceeds customers' expectations. With the hidden manicured gardens in the heart of Cooke, it's a sought-after premier function and wedding venue. Whether it's product launches, corporate days out, charity events, gala days, dinners, cultural celebrations, we do it all. The beauty of here, and I think the staff will attest to this too, is we might have back-to-back events over the peak season, but they're all different. Different colour, different themes, different sounds, different celebrations, and that makes this an incredible working environment. In fact, the range of cultures that we host here feels like we're travelling around the world in a week. And corporate events are also anything but boring here at Albany Estate. It's a perfect venue for corporate work days. The gardens provide a really good opportunity for team building activities, outdoor games, as well as laid-back cocktail soirees, if you're into that sort of thing. There's also plenty of great team bonding activities in the local area. There's clay shooting, tree climbing at Woodhill, paintball if you want to shoot balls with a bit of paintball, bike biking and wine tasting. So the area is perfectly suited to hosting and entertaining your teams and your clients. And if you want to make a full day of it and want to celebrate after those events, Albany Estate can provide that for you. Like today, for seminars and business strategies, time to wake up. We can organise breakout spaces in the villa for delegates to come back together for lunches and large group sessions back here. Our chefs are incredible. We have our own catering, full team of chefs, very passionate about their food, and you'll get a taste of some of that throughout the course of today. They really know how to create some incredible meal creations. And without our amazing team, our social media pages would be really empty, and we rely on our staff to promote Albany as a great place to work and a fun place to be. Recently, one of our young casual staff went on to social media specifically to say how much they really enjoyed working here and how it was a really awesome place to work. And that's what we're trying to promote, is that our people enjoy working here, and then that flows through to the customers. I think we've got a video now, haven't we? Yep. The business was, we need to understand and learn from our customers as to what we're doing well and what we're not. So here we survey every wedding and every event, and to get that customer feedback so that we have the insights, learnings, things we can celebrate, and the testimonials, as you'll see here, that we're able to then use to further remarket or use in our blogs, because what better way to endorse the product and the value proposition and the service than to have your customers tell you. We also provide all of our brides and grooms in particular with a bottle of wine to celebrate their event, and it's personalised, and I'll touch on a little more about that other business entity as well. And I think you can see here's Mr. and Mrs. Keane with their personalised wine celebrating the event. And we'd love to host any event or function here at Albany and add that special touch and be able to share our service with you. Athena is our staff planner. She can organise anything. If you ever want an event, she can make anything that seems impossible possible. She'd love you to call her and book it for a chat. Anytime. Because I told her to turn it off. So our overall objective at Albany is to connect more with the community, to provide more business, cultural and in-house planned events. So we want to move beyond a wedding venue. We want to be an all-purpose venue that's working with and in the community for the people in the community, both locally and across the wider Auckland. We're absolutely committed to ensuring that our people and our team love working at Albany. And we don't, like other hospitality businesses, expect them to work 60 to 80 hours a week and to be driven into the ground. Instead, we focus on ensuring we have clear roles and responsibilities, flexibility, opportunities to grow for our team, and an environment of encouragement and support. In our business, and I'm sure, like in yours, happy employees flows through to happy customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I look forward to doing my survey at the end of this event. And hopefully I'll get some good feedback from you all today as well, no pressure. So Peter just gave some amazing insights into Albany Estate, and we look forward to you all enjoying the decadent cuisine by our amazing chef. Now, I just have to get you to do something very quickly. It's called jazzercise. No, actually it's not really. Kelly Young's going to take us through like some big exercises. No, Kelly's not going to do that. I'd like you to stand up, and some of you will be really lucky and have a spot prize underneath your chair. So if you could just stand up and see if you have a spot prize under your chair. And then I want you to do what Sonia's doing. There's some empty tables. Go and look over at the empty tables, and you might win a prize over there. All right, everybody, I'll get you to take your seats now. See you later, Gary. Good luck, Gary. All the best. Right, so some of you were lucky, and also when you registered, you got to meet Stacey at the registration. So if you won a prize, would you be so kind as to let Stacey know it was you and what prize you won? I'd like to thank the people that provided the prizes, Walker Whalen, Martelli McKeag, Magnetic Brand Studio, Switch Copy, Wine Time, Albany Estate, ERG, and if I forgot who else it was, Christine, Peter, I could go on all day. But there was over $7,000 in spot prizes given away today, so thank you. Right, we've got to keep moving along. Next up we have Charlotte Lockhart, who has returned to our shores. 2 weeks ago, Charlotte announced from the UK that 4-Day Week Global is a founding partner at World Wellbeing Movement. In 2020, I asked Charlotte, could you come and speak at a workplace wellness event for me? It's taken us 2 years to get that event in person. So thank you, Charlotte, for coming. The World Wellbeing Movement is a coalition of global leaders from business, civil society and academia that have come together to help put wellbeing at the heart of decision-making in both business and public policy. I love how Charlotte and Andrew Barnes, that's Charlotte's lovely life partner, champion the 4-day week, and their focus is 100% output and 80% of the time. Please welcome Charlotte to the stage.
You hear? Oh yes, you can hear me. My house in the UK has these a hallway with dome type things, and when you stand under the dome, you get this sort of sense of a bit of a feedback thing. It's kind of how I'm feeling now. So I'm the crazy person in the room. I'm the one that thinks that you can make your business better by sending your people home. And it's been an interesting journey. In fact, the intervening 2 years that we've had since Catherine and I tried to have me speak, have really changed the world, as we all know. This feels like it's sipping in and out, is that? So prior to the pandemic, we were definitely the crazy people in the room, and we were working with businesses like Unilever, who are one of our partners at the World Wellbeing Movement, and PwC, and lots of small and medium-sized business owners like yourselves. And, you know, they were interested, and the academics were quite interested, and we met with a few trade union types and a few government types, and that was all trucking along. And Andrew and I kind of managed the whole thing ourselves without too much effort. And then the world changed, and we ended up... Oh. Should help with the audio issue. Okay. Doesn't feel... Okay. We'll give it a go. And what has changed out there, outside of New Zealand, is the employment market is fallen off the cliff. And it's bad here, but it's even worse out there. And the reason why, largely, is because your people, the staff that work for companies, have said, you know what, I want to work differently. Before the pandemic, the companies that we had that would join a 4-day or a 32-hour work week basically just did it because they felt it was the right thing to do. Business owner themselves was quite keen on the idea of not having to work as hard, and thinks, you know, I'll take the staff on this journey with me. Post-pandemic, the staff have said, I'm going to work the way I want to work. And we have what has been phrased, and you'll have heard it all, the Great Resignation. And of course, we've all got them boomeranging back now, which is also interesting. What the Great Resignation tells us is that we can no longer run our businesses and dictate to our staff the terms. But why would you? Right? So what we work with businesses, and we've got thousands of companies doing reduced hour work weeks now around the world, is actually how do you partner with your business, in your business, with your people, to find a way that your business will be more productive. And when Andrew Barnes first put the 4-day week into Perpetual Guardian with 250 staff across 16 branches around New Zealand, it's okay, I'll just stand there. That was what he was interested in. He'd read some research that said that productivity was less than 3 hours a day, and he was academically interested as to why that was, what was getting in the way. Was it that, you know, people had things in their lives that they needed to do that meant that they were getting done at work? And how do you unlock that? Now, of course, we'll just go into our businesses and say to our people, hey guys, I want you to be more productive, and I've got these time and motion consultants or McKinsey or something. They're all going to come and tell us how to be more productive. All your people here is, I want you to do more with less, and redundancies are on the way. And so when you actually say to your people, hey guys, here's a crazy idea. How about we try and find how to make the business more productive, because if we can do things better, you can go home. And that's the real carrot that gets them to find and unlock all of those things in your business that even they don't know exist. Parkinson's law, for those who know what it is, says that a job will basically take the time that is available. So you have a 5-day work week. People will be using the 5 days to get their job done. They will fill that with busyness. And we all know the stories around people, you know, Sandberg, putting a jacket on the back of her desk, her chair, and shoes so she can leave. And people think she's working. But no one knew that she was leaving early to be with her children because her job was being done. So it's all there. So what we suggest is that you partner with your people and you find these ways to unlock it. And why should you do that? A, you want a better business, don't you, right? Who doesn't? But B, it's the right thing to do. It's better for your people, but it creates the best working environment. Every company that we coach through this says to me, God, this is the best thing I've ever done in business. It's so much easier than I thought it was going to be, and I love coming to work now. The middle management, middle management who are never happy, right? They love going to work when their staff are happy, and they find it less confronting because they've got less issues to deal with. Because here's a lovely little thing that happens in your business when you get your people to focus in on productivity. They become very clear about why they're there. They become very clear about what their job is. And they stop behaving like children. Mummy and Daddy, I've got this problem. Or Mummy and Daddy, I've done this good thing. Could you pat me? That we're all human, and human behaviour tends to be very much like that. And there's a few smiles on them, so I reckon you all know what I'm meaning. We had a team at the BBC do a 4-day week, and they were a creative team, and the reason why they wanted to do the 4-day week was that they found that they were all working, they were all working too much, and their creativity had gone. They were just being very linear in job roles. The woman who ran the team she said her work day finished when everybody else went home, because she had an open desk policy that people could always come and complain to her if they had a problem. She found the biggest change for her was that her staff did their jobs and didn't come to her for validation all of the time. They came to her when that was important, but they valued their own time, and suddenly they started valuing hers. So she went into it thinking she was never going to be able to do it. This was a benefit I was giving my people, and she was the one that got the most out of it, and she was blown away by that. And what she found was that not only was she not doing her work on her 2-hour train ride every day, and doing it when she got home additionally, but she was getting everything done before she left the office, and it fundamentally changed her life. So there's that. There's the whole have a great business and it's nice for your people. There's gender balance. So when we first did the 4-day week and we were just looking at productivity, and then suddenly I'm like, oh, this is actually quite good for gender balance. Because what we're doing is we're encouraging the men in our business to go home too. Because we've done so much in the developed world to pull women up in the workforce and to smash that glass ceiling, and we've empowered women like you wouldn't believe, and a lot of that is also thanks to you blokes, right? I'm always impressed with the support that women get in their careers from their male peers. But we're not giving you guys the same ability to step out in the same way. And so it's a balance that is shifting. But when everyone is on a reduced hour work week, then the men in the business are doing it just as much. So we have a perpetual guardian, one father who comes in 5 days a week at 10 o'clock in the morning, having walked his daughter to school. Every day. Walks his daughter to school. This is how his family life is. His wife gets up, she sorts herself out, and she goes off to work. Happy, doesn't have to do anything. He sorts out the daughter and everything. He says if she wants to play for a couple more minutes, she can. And then he has this time with her. He walks her to school, walks home, hops on a bus, turns up 10 o'clock. And he starts work the minute he arrives, because workers are moving trains. So he just picks up his coat, so to speak, and then gets on with his job. He is so motivated to keep his productivity up because he is getting the one thing that he wants in life. We have another father who came to work for Perpetual Guardian about a month before we started this, and he came because his previous employer, he'd been working really ridiculous hours, 70-hour weeks, and they'd had this baby, and he decided that he wanted to work a much more 9-to-5 job role. So he came to work for us. And a month, 2 weeks into him coming to work for us, we gave him a whole day off. And he's like, result, his wife was working a 4-day week, but being paid 80%. 80% salary, 80% sick leave, 80% annual leave, 80% superannuation, 80% benefits. He was on a full-time salary, full benefits, and he had a day off, which meant that he could do care for their daughter 1 day a week. His wife was doing care for the daughter 1 day a week. The daughter was only in care for 3 days a week. And he's just beside himself to be given this opportunity that he just never anticipated would be part of his life. So gender balance, I think, is a really important thing for me. And when we first started doing this, I had a lot of friends going, oh, I'm doing a 4-day week. Yeah, I know, I negotiated that. Are you getting 100% pay? Oh, no, but I've negotiated that. I'm like, well, shame on you. Because actually we all know that what happens when women choose a 4-day week or a 3-day week, they do a 100% job. We know this. So I encourage women that have the ability to negotiate that, to actually say, what's the 80% role? Explain to me what the 80% role is. Now, what's the 100% role? And if I deliver you the 100% role, will you pay me 100%? Now, if an employer says no, then you're clearly talking to the wrong employer. But we need to be negotiating, we need to be discussing how we get value for ourselves. And we need to be having those conversations with our staff as well, because we need to make sure we're not using them and that they benefit from growing your business in the same way as you do. So that's, I think, a really important thing. And if you're not doing that in your roles or for your staff, then how is the person who sweeps the streets or cleans the offices at night or does do all of that, who really don't have a lot of power? They have unions, but they don't have a lot of power. How are they ever going to get it if we who have those skills don't ask for it? So I think that's a really important thing. The other thing that's great about reducing work time, of course, is the environmental benefit. We've all seen those fabulous photos of the Himalaya from Kathmandu. This is about spending less time and energy to complete what we need to do, whether that actually be in your job or whether that's just commuting to your job. So there's so many reasons why this is really good. And the question just becomes, what do people do with the time? This is the exciting thing. What people do with that time off, they educate themselves. I mean, you think about it, all the young ones these days, they don't want to work as hard as we've worked, but they've all been brought up in care. They've all seen us burn out. They don't want the life that we have. They want to work differently. But they also leave school going, well, what we're teaching now won't be relevant for any job you're going to do in 5 years' time. Woe betide you, molly-whoppy. And so they come out knowing they're going to have to continually educate themselves. And so when are they going to do that? When are we going to give them that time? So one of the great stories I heard recently was from a young person who was doing their master's in law, and they took Wednesdays off and they treated Wednesday as a full work day for their study, and they to their lecture and they did as much of their work that they could do there. So they were benefiting themselves, they were benefiting their employer. But the thing that he said was the most interesting thing. He says, I've got my weekends back. Because previously, I don't know how many in this room have tried to study and work at the same time. It ruins your weekends, right? Because you know you've got to do some work, stuff after work, and then you've got to, get that done on Saturday, and then I've got these other things, and I don't know, social life that I want to do as well, and then I'll do some more stuff. And Sunday afternoon, you're finishing things off, and your weekends, and then it's Monday. So there's educating ourselves. There's keeping ourselves fit, healthy, cooking, doing all those things. The obesity epidemic that we have is largely due to our lack of time to eat properly. My dream in life would be that the world shifts to reduce our working and Uber Eats goes out of business. There's no reason why we are buying food in that way other than we just don't have the time and energy to do anything else. I don't know about most of you, but I mean, I grew up when I grew up, we barely ate out. We barely had takeaways. Now it's kind of, when they had the government gave that inflation subsidy, and one of the comments from one of the 20-year-olds was, well, that's barely one. I'm just not sure why that's even something in our lives. But so what else do people do with the time? They go and help others. They engage with communities. They engage with charities. They engage with sport. They go and do the sausage sizzle at football. They do civic duties. They have time to be on councils, and they have time to do things that we all need as part of the things that make our society function. Charities struggle enormously for people and funding. And it's because they haven't got enough people that the funding is always a challenge. Look at something like Rotary. Rotary cured polio around the world. But your local Rotary will welcome you with open arms if you just decide that you have the time to go once a week and be part of your community. So there's all sorts of reasons why, as a civil society, we actually need to focus in on working less, but it doesn't have to have an economic downside. And we don't want it to have an economic downside. Well, business owners, the last thing you want to do is be giving away profits, right? But also, the society still needs you to be making money, paying tax, doing your bit as well. So economically, we don't want anything to go.
Sorry, we will try and swap the mic for you.
Try to swap my mic.
Continual problem. I'll just feel free to just chat for a minute to the person next to you. Say hi if you haven't already, and we'll get this mic swapped over.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me at the back? Sorry about this. So probably the easiest thing now, because what I find is that I can talk about this probably for about 3 hours. I'm a little bit passionate about it. We have a huge amount of work that we're doing with the likes of the World Wellbeing Movement with our fellow partners, and we've got McKinsey on there, we've got Indeed, we've got Unilever, we've got just all these really quite incredible organisations that know that the way that we're going to work moving forward must include the well-being of your people. And it has to be culturally appropriate as well. So you have to engage with your people around that. The hilarious thing that the global CEO of HR person of Unilever said to me, she sent out this is prior to the pandemic, sent out a survey saying, hey guys, I'm kind of keen to offer a lot more
remote working, work from home, if that's what you're keen on. And, you know, obviously quite a few people said that's a great idea. The women in Bangladesh said, no, that's where my mother-in-law is. I come to work to have a life. So, changing your workplace, I think, is really important, that you are properly talking to your people around what that will look like. And that's what you're all struggling with now, isn't it? So I'm going to open the floor and actually get people to ask questions, and then that way we can let the conversation go in the direction where you have questions. Who's going to be first? Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay, so the question is, how do you deal with part-time and casual staff? So we have a principle. Exactly. So we have a principle called the 100-80-100 rule. We're going to pay you 100% for 80% time, as long as there's 100% productivity. So that's how you deal with people who are working too much and people who are working part-time or casually. So it's about what is our productivity and how we're going to define that and how we can ensure that we keep your pay the same. This is not about a reduction in pay. And last thing we need to be doing is doing that. That's going to be so bad for our economy and so bad for our people. But why would you, if they're still producing for you the same amount, if not more? Most businesses, when they go into this, find that their productivity actually goes up more than the loss of time. And that's because people are clear about why they're there. We're also not necessarily talking about a true 4-day week. It's kind of on the can because the marketing people in the room will go, it's just easier to explain. But actually, we're really talking about reduced hours working. And some businesses, they just close their doors on a Monday or a Friday or whatever, and that's what suits them and their people. But for a lot of businesses, that's just completely impractical. And certainly what we found at Perpetual Guardian, when we did the trial, we were a 4-day business, but people took different days because we needed to stay open 5 days a week. But what we are now is a reduced hour, flexible and remote workplace. And so we did a fully engaged process with our people and said, like, what is the return to work going to look like? How are we going to accommodate those of you who want to still work from home, those of you who want to come into the office, keep you safe as well, because we're planning for post-pandemic. We're not, when we're not necessarily all, well, we may always still be afraid, but theoretically we won't. So what is the strong business model that we're doing otherwise? So yes, the 100-80-100 rule is what gets you through most things. Yes. Well, most solo proprietors I know just work the hours they want to work anyway, and you're really, really good at working too many hours. And I guess the key thing with that, and we do have solo people join the pilots, because what they're looking to do is just be clear about how they reduce their time and be disciplined with themselves. One of the reasons why we started the group pilot program is that I rang in a number of the CEOs during the pandemic and said, look, how's it going? They go, well, it's good, but it's kind of a lonely place. I can ring you and I can ring such and so because he said he's doing a 4-day week, but I'm, if I've got ideas I want to share, I've got no one really to share them with. So we run the pilot programs as a group now, so that there are mentors within the group, but people can share ideas with each other, and this is where solo, business owners get quite a lot of business benefit, because they can talk about their strategies with others, and also, talk about how I'm going to grow my business. We get, a lot of people go, but that won't work because I'm a startup. We have startups doing it, right? Won't work because I'm in digital marketing. Digital marketing is one of the biggest industries that's in it. Won't work because I'm in law, because, billable hour. And I'm like, That's all good. So let me work out how you charge me. You measure your staff in 6-minute blocks, and at the end of the month, the invoice sits in front of you, and you charge me what you think I will pay. You don't add up the 6-minute blocks and go, that's the amount I'm charging, just that. You charge what you think I value. So you're all really doing value-based invoicing. Some organisations and some people do have contracts where you are being contracted for an amount of time, and you will need to renegotiate contracts like that, because, you know, the reality is, you know, why time? Time isn't what you do. If you were hiring an engineer to design something for you or do something for you, and one engineer takes 2 hours to do it, and one engineer takes 1 hour to do it, but I'm going to choose the guy that I pay twice as much to do the same job. So sometimes for those of you who are in those sort of industries, it's going to be about valuing your skill set and saying, I am worth being paid this. Time is not the thing. All right?
The second part of the question is, what are your thoughts on where you stand next to
Well, it can be flexible. That you know, there's no reason. So what we're talking about is reducing work time. You can do that. I mean, the perpetual guardian people are fully flexible. So, you know, the chap walking his daughter to school, other people, I mean, there's a grandfather who picks his daughter up from kindergarten twice a week and has 2 afternoons off with her. You know, there's no reason why. What we're looking at are what are the benefits of working less. I've got 30 seconds. We have just about every single industry around the globe, someone is doing it. Manufacturing doing it, medical doing it, law doing it, digital marketing doing it.
How do you manage when, you know, like I know you're saying you can be flexible, but like if you've got conflict of hours that staff want to work and don't want to work, the days that they don't, the days that they don't, I understand how to spread that.
Everybody has to be reasonable. So there's a reasonable test to this, right? So everybody brings to the table what they would like to do, and you work together on what is a reasonable solution. There's 3 things that need to be taken into consideration: what the business needs, what your clients need, and what your people need. And so you've got to start all acting like the grown-ups in the room and actually negotiate something that works for all things. There's no point if it doesn't work for the business or the clients. And so, you know, your staff are fully contracted to be there. So one of the pieces of advice I will leave you with is that you can overthink this all you like, but until you actually just run a pilot and ask your people how we're going to make this work, your role as a leader is to go, you know what, I like the idea of this. And if you watch the video where Andrew goes, so I got this crazy idea, he goes, I have no idea how we're going to make it work. I just need you guys to work it out. And that's the thing. If you let your people work this out for you, they will make it happen. And you just need to be an enabler as far as that's concerned. It's uncomfortable because as business leaders, we're used to making decisions and solving problems. And I will leave you with this one line. As business leaders, we need to remember that we borrow our people from their lives.
I sadly have to go, sorry, 4-day week and all that, I've got an elderly mother that's not very well at the moment, so I'm going to have to take off. But just connect with me on LinkedIn, connect with me, I mean, I'm happy to Catherine to give you my email address, happy to talk to anyone with any questions, just give me a call.
Thanks, Charlotte. Thanks. That's a little something for you.
Why?
Wow, I don't know about you, but I always come away after listening to Charlotte inspired, and I want to bring about change. So I think another round of applause. And I hope that you will remember that the people are borrowed, that are actually helping you in your business. So that's a really good thing to take away, Charlotte. So I'd now like to invite back Peter Cooke, who is also the director of Wine Time, sponsor to this event, to talk about how personal gifting in business is impressing customers and creating higher engagement with your staff and the wider hapuri. So welcome, Peter.
Wouldn't be much point hosting an event if I can't get to dominate the stage. Okay, we're up. Okay, cool. So this time I'm wearing another hat. So at the same time that we woke up last year and Cass said, let's buy a wedding business, I think it might have been in the same breath or that later that day, let's buy a wine business. So we kind of got in a bit of a role of saying yes to buying businesses. And so the hat I'm wearing today is as director of Wine Time. And Wine Time is a personalised wine labelling business, but it's actually more than that. It's about providing experiences for people. And how we got into this was Catherine was assisting another business owner with a staged business exit so he could concentrate on the growth of some of his other businesses. And Wine Time, he created Wine Time in 2014, so it's an established business with credible supply chain, quality wines and bubbles from New Zealand and also from overseas. And Wine Time really complements what we do in our other businesses, and it also allows us to help grow our brands and expand on the businesses that we already have. But let's see a video and that'll show you a bit more about what we do in Wine Time.
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
So our quality wines, coupled with the ability to put your own unique design on a bottle, makes this a proposition, a great gift opportunity. It's a good way to impress your customers and be remembered. In fact, why go looking for new customers if you can impress your existing ones who will have you front of mind to recommend from your personalised service? From whether it's your photo, their photo, or even a photo, for example, of a new homeowner outside the front of their house, that tailor-made personalisation will certainly make a special gift and lift your service up a notch or two. I think I'm going to wander down to the wines now, but we sample the wines personally to make sure that they are good. Our house looks like a wine cellar on steroids. We source the wine from local producers around New Zealand. So an example of that is the Pinot Gris that we get from a producer in Melbourne, to sort of use the words of our website as to how we explain what that wine is. It's called Liquid Happiness. It brings giggles of joy with every sip. Absolutely divine, and we think the recipient of this gift will agree. Sorry, that's a bit of a play on Pinot Gris. You can't go wrong with Pinot Gris as a gift. It's a nice, safe option. It's a beautiful drop made from certified organic grapes. All the hard work's been taken out of finding a nice one because we have it available online. It's easy to get hold of. It's fabulous, full of flavour, lovely aroma. Please don't buy any, actually. I'm going to talk you out of it. It's too nice to sell. We're going to keep it all for ourselves, so I take that all back. And likewise, the Hawke's Bay Syrah that we source as well is incredible. Smooth as silk. It's fantastic for all occasions. It's proof that the Hawke's Bay produces stunning wines to combat the Aussie Shiraz, which we all know anyway. Awesome to drink beside the fireplace in winter or at the barbie in the summer. It's hugely popular and it's a wine that flies out the door. We have a range of other varietals as well, and including a very smooth port, which I don't think we can use in the future. The name port going forward, because I think we did some deal with the Europeans that means we can't use that term. But now, if you're not that creative, we can actually give you some inspiration on how to design your labels, either on the website or we can help assist you one-on-one. And we can even design the label for you for a small fee. But let's take a look at some of the designs that you can order. Now, you won't be able to see them because they're a bit hard to see here, but feel free to come and have a look at the table throughout the course of the day. This one here is about giving someone a speedy recovery from illness, which is pretty relevant at the moment. This one says, break open bottle when you are well, which I think is a good thing at the moment. Save it for when you're well. This is a good one. Wine all you want, you are leaving, good luck. Bit tongue-in-cheek, but you know. This one says, goodbye tension, happy retirement, hello pension. I quite like that one. I'm getting near to that, so I like that one. And just another example, gosh, without my glasses. It says, Amy, we love how we don't even have to say out loud, you're our favourite co-worker. So those, oh, there's another one. Okay. This is one we actually did for some clients, which was a welcome to our team bottle to go into a box for a new employee coming on board. So a nice way to welcome somebody into the business. And this one was a bottle for a client. So it says, Amy, we are thoroughly enjoying our working relationship with you. Enjoy this bottle of wine as a token of our appreciation. Oh, and last but not least, because we're in that thinking mode now, aren't we all? Getting ready for Christmas, planning. Yes, we are. Right. Okay. So this is John. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Something we're all probably thinking about how we're going to, celebrate Christmas, but also gift our clients and our staff. Here's a great opportunity and a great option to use for that. So that's just some examples of the sorts of things that it's limitless as to what you can put on there and what you can use it for. But we don't just sell labels and we don't just sell wine. We're actually selling experiences and feel-good moments to your clients. We are a bona fide licence holder, so we are certified to be able to do this, which is put our own labels on other people's bottles of wine. We source all the wine clean skin, and it's all done appropriately. It's actually illegal to remove other branded labels and replace them with your own, so we wouldn't do that. So I guess the last thing I'd leave you with here is be remembered. Create a variety of bottles of with meaning. Add a gift box if you like, or a wax sealed note. We can even seal it up and make it look really, really flash. And whatever you want to achieve to be remembered, be like one of the clients that we have, Mary Little. She showed everyone in New Zealand the bottles of her 80th birthday. And if you're looking for business gifts, talk with your accountant too, because it's probably tax deductible. We'd love to help you with gifting. Thanks very much.
Wow, is that the sun coming out? Sorry, we just stopped the squealing for a minute. Got the pigs gone now? Right. Thanks, Peter. Knowing the quality of wines, after all, he said we taste them personally. We might have to go to AA soon. We have some of these wonderful wines available for you to purchase at lunch. Right. Are you ready? Have you all signed that NDA yet? You're about to get secret number 2. Signed the NDA? You're looking blankly at me. Do you know what an NDA is? I hope you do in business. Anyway, secret number 2 is building collateral of your storytelling. And to do this, I want to showcase some of the amazing work by Holly from Jolly Production, who sadly couldn't be here today, not because of COVID or flu, but because I've kept her busy, apparently. And the team at Jolly Production. So, Brendan, you're going to have to stand up. Brendan, where are you? This is Brendan, everybody. And Brendan works, you can sit down now. I won't keep you standing the whole time, Brendan. But Brendan and Holly have produced some amazing video content and footage. And I also want to congratulate, before we put up, Kat and Laurie, Kat from Switch Copy and Laurie from Magnetic Brand Studio, if you could stand up please. These two ladies don't live within the same community. One is in Warkworth and one is in Muriwai. But together they work together and they met through me. You can sit down now, ladies. And they work with me in collaboration to create some amazing lead magnet pages. So without further ado, I'm just going to show you some of the quality videos. I'm going to kick off first with a couple of kids. Let's have a look at trade products.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Tion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
How cute are they? So, who's the daddy? Bajoy. They're his kids. Bajoy did not want to be in his own video and he pimped his children out. In business, you have to do whatever it takes, Bajoy. Right, in our second video, we have a lovely lady, Katie, and I met Katie through the funding from Auckland Unlimited, now Tariki Auckland Unlimited. And Katie is a designer of fabric, and it's an amazing journey I've had with Katie. We've had lots of laughs, tears, and more laughs and tears. And I have Katie text me every day her 3 wins for the day. So proud of Katie. She couldn't be here today because she's also a teacher. But let's look at Katie from Smith & Design.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smith & Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of every day. My textiles and homewares are hand produced, screen printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Actually here, Holly was actually one of those actors that write books that just make a cameo appearance. Next up, Tony. Tony, would you like to make a stand? So I met Tony in a networking group and Tony's been on the journey of networking and he came out from behind the desk, which is something very unusual for him to be able to be networking with other people, and he stayed on a journey. Here's Tony's journey about his business. Thank you, Tony.
Here at PC On-Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On-Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On-Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
Well, Tony, IT department. So really, you don't actually have to have an IT person dedicated in your business. You can have Tony. And it's amazing how many people Tony works for. So Tony, that's a really great video that really showcases who you are. The next video is something very dear to my heart. Very dear to my heart. So I started working with a guy probably about 6 years ago now, who's not here today. He had another event, so I got stood up. We had to talk about that. But probably around 4 years ago, he said to me, Catherine, do you ever do any motherly business mentoring? He goes, I've got my son, Alex, and he could probably do with a bit of a motherly chat. So I do whatever it takes. I get really entrenched in the businesses. I actually feel like I'm part of the whānau. And so I said, well, it all depends on what you want to do. And actually it really depended on which son. Because I really like one and the other one I liked, but I knew I was going to have a bit more work to do. Hence, it wasn't that son. So, Alex Smith, will you take a stand, please? This is Alex. You can sit down now, Alex. Alex and I used to meet regularly. I used to go and pick him up from Auckland Grammar School, and we would go around to Pānau to the cafe, and we'd sit there and we'd have anything session chat about Alex and where he was going, and trying to really map out his career. And I am so, so proud of him. He's a young guy who is also an entrepreneur, but he's also working in Dad's business. He works at Landsmiths Limited, which is a high-profile business doing landscape gardens, swimming pools, installing hot tubs with Charles, another client of mine at Colonial Hot Tub. If you go and register upstairs, Andrew? Yep. Stacey, can you go and register them? Thank you. And Alex also has a business partner who is at Otago University, and together they have New Zealand Boot Room. And so this is the wonderful work that we've been able to help Alex with his business. So proud of you, Alex. So, so proud of you.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Boot Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
unboxing new arrivals, we clean up the boots,
inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
How cool is that, Alex? And whenever I'm meeting with Ben and Alex, they're always talking about how can we give money back to the community? How can we be a lot more sustainable and community focused? They're not talking about profits, they're talking about community. So Alex, I love your big heart, and you know that I'm always there for you. I also want to show you, you probably can't see it, but we will send it out to you in a link. But I introduced you to Kat and Laurie, and they create these wonderful lead magnet pages. I've had people try to copy what I do, like a rinse and repeat. This is not a rinse and repeat. There's a strategy that goes behind it. There's a conversation that needs to happen. But the beauty about doing the videos is that with a video you can distribute it many, many ways. And we'll talk about that a bit more later. But this is a beautiful lead magnet page that they've created for another client of mine, Brookby Herbs. And Brookby sells product that's for dogs and horses. So if you've got anything other than dogs and horses, they're not your people. But a dog and a horse, go to Brookby Herbs. Right, moving right along. We now have approximately 30 to 35 minutes for morning tea and a further opportunity to network. Monica Moore, can you stand up please? Monica Moore, are you in the room? Oh, there you are. Monica has written a book, Buy the Damn Dress. Yes, thank you, sitting down, yeah. Buy the Damn Dress, and I really would encourage that you speak to Monica. She's going to be talking a bit later. She's part of the trio of Organised Chaos. But what I love about Monica's book is that they provide clarity, they provide encouragement, they inspire you, and they also provide perspective. And one of the lovely things that I like when I talk to Monica is that whenever I'm having a not so good day or someone else isn't, we use the word flip, which belongs to Monica. And it's called Find Life in Problems. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now morning tea time. If you could please be back here at 10:40. Do make the most of mingling and meeting other people. Get those business cards out, get circulating. See you back here at 10:40.
Well, you looked me in the eyes and you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, well, I know where to find you. Well, I know where to find you.
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Dion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smitten Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of every day. My textiles and homewares are hand-produced, screen-printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small-scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Here at PC On-Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On-Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On-Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Brew Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
Unboxing new arrivals. We clean up the boots.
Inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
Well, you looked me in the eyes and you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, well, I know where to find you. Well, I know where to find you. Then I looked you in the eyes with the promise, like brighter than the stars, I'll finish what I started. And if you lose your way, you'll know where to find me. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. I saw you standing there.
Here at PC On Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients, guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Tion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smitten Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of every day. My textiles and homewares are hand produced, screen printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Here at PC On Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Brew Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
unboxing new arrivals, we clean up the boots,
inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
Well, you looked me in the eyes and you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, will I know where to find you? Will I know where to find you? Then I looked you in the eyes with the promise, light brighter than the stars, I'll finish what I started. And if you lose your way, you will
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients, guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Tion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smitten Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of every day. My textiles and homewares are hand-produced, screen-printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small-scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Here at PC On Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Brew Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
unboxing new arrivals, we clean up the boots,
inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, will I know where to find you? Will I know where to find you? Then I looked you in the eyes with the promise, not bright
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Tion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
Right, welcome back everybody. Did you enjoy the food and the connections? Yes. As Christine said to me the other day, don't stop, don't let them eat, keep the momentum running. They'll go away, they'll eat, and they'll then fall asleep. Did you enjoy the food and the connection? Yes. Do you want me to go and have a sleep now? Anyway, welcome back everybody. This is my favourite part as I get to showcase 3 amazing humans I work with. And I want to apologise for all the other amazing humans that I also work with that are in the room going, why am I not up here? So Charles, you had a holiday and I didn't have time to debrief you. Anyway, 2 of these clients I met from the funding of Auckland Unlimited in 2020. I have to say Auckland Unlimited because that's what they were known by in 2020, before they changed their name. And I've continued the journey with them. Kelly Young, co-owner of 9 Round Albany. No guess which one's Kelly. She's just celebrated her 5th birthday. Doesn't she look great for 5? I'm actually going to step back so that everyone over there can see. Can you see now? Can you see them, not me? Right. So she celebrated her 5th birthday on the weekend. And Sarah Donaldson, who owns Fit Health in Warkworth and also co-owns Insight Security with her husband, Scott Donaldson, also in Warkworth. She just returned late last night from Rarotonga. So, don't all go and slap her for having a holiday. She's had a holiday. Curtis Stowers, so he's the boy on the couch. I met at an event a few years back with his lovely wife, Monica Moore. You can stand again, Monica. No, she doesn't want to. And I'm so humbled to be on the journey with them all. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Jane Finlayson and her team at Taraki Auckland Unlimited. So Jane, would you like to just stand and let people know who headed the team to help many businesses within Auckland? She probably doesn't want to either, but hey, this is Jane. And I'd like to also invite the team from the Pacific Business Trust to stand, please. And they have supported these clients and thousands more. It's staggering the volume of businesses that we all had to navigate through COVID for business support. Right, that's enough about me. Let's get started. So, Kelly Young. She has a big birthday this year. I won't tell you which one. I am so proud of you. Not only have you just had your 5th birthday and what a celebration it was, but I hope everyone's got their ears turned on with what I'm about to say. Kelly took everyone on the 5th birthday back to the 80s. Now, for those of you who don't know what 9 Rounds is, it's a 30-minute boxing, kicking, boxing, whatever you want to do, fitness session. And she brought back the G-string leotard. How many women in this room had one of those? How many of those women still have a G-string leotard? Anyway, that's enough about G-string leotards. But thanks, Kelly. You certainly brought back a few memories for me that I probably wanted to forget about. But Kelly, and have we got the mic handy? Yeah. Kelly, what emotion did you have knowing it was your 5th birthday?
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah. So what emotions do I have going into my 5th birthday? Obviously being a gym and having the last 3 years has been extremely tricky. It was definitely touch and go many a times over that period. Probably heading into the emotion I had about heading into our 5th birthday was extremely proud, and probably more so than anything, feeling more resilient than I've ever felt before from knowing that we've navigated through such challenging times and have been to some dark places, both mentally and physically myself, to then have to really look at the way I look at my lifestyle, because it is your lifestyle that you do every single day, day in, day out, that is what is your driver to who you are as a business owner. if you go home and do unhealthy habits, you're going to take those unhealthy habits with you, whether you know it consciously or not, into your business. And over some times, the unhealthy habits were going home and opening up a bottle of wine and drinking that to relieve some stress. It was going home to being unorganised with the meals that I needed to know that was going to feed me right. It was too lack of sleep because I'd stay up too late trying to figure out how to navigate through a business problem. All of those things there, I had to really relook at it because with the challenges we had with COVID, it heightened everything. So there was more challenge, more pressure. So I really had to relook at my lifestyle and it took going down low mentally to then rebuild how I did my daily habits and my routine. And so rebuilding from there, it allowed me to go into the 5th year feeling stronger than I've ever felt before as a business owner, as a mother, as a partner, as a friend. And now I feel really confident,
When I first met you, Kelly, it was at the start of COVID 2020, and there were some serious challenges for businesses, including yours. I love how you use the word nourishment, because realistically that's what you do to help your clients, is to re-nourish themselves to be better people. Reflecting back from then to now, so I don't want you to go all the way back to 2020, but I kind of do. What are the three things that have grown you as a business owner?
3 things that have grown me as a business partner would be going back to my authentic self. So really having to look at, like I said, those habits that I thought were suppressing, that I thought were helping me through the situation, but they were actually suppressing problems and making it even tougher to get over those problems. So really stripping myself back to my authentic self and realising, what do I want out of life? What do I want out of life as a business owner? What does that look like to me? And one key that I've really kind of found over this journey is, or a key word is happiness, is that we're not just here to live, or we're not just here to exist, but we actually want to live our life. And so for me, I know business is always going to throw challenges at me. So the one thing that I want to look at is I want to enjoy the journey, even the challenging parts. And if you're not happy, then you're not going to enjoy those parts, and you're also going to miss the good parts as well, because you're going to be stuck in either a stress state, either a survival state, or something like that. So mine was stripping it back, and to be honest, my environment hasn't changed. That what's going on in the world hasn't changed, but my perspective on life has. And so I'm able to really enjoy the journey. So one would be happiness. Another one would be present. Learn to be really present in the moment so that you can deal with the situations as they come and not be looking too far ahead and seeing it as a inconvenience. Many people at the moment are having challenging moments with their team, just even showing up for a shift, having a smooth week. Who here has had a smooth week yet? With their staff members being able to all be present at the time. We're all dealing with similar situations, so it's being able to be present and being comfortable with being where you are so that you can actually deal with the situations at hand, but be happy with your environment. So yeah, I'd say be present, be happy, and just enjoy the ride.
Thanks, Kelly. It's interesting that you say be comfortable, because when I work with my clients, I get them to be uncomfortable to get comfortable, don't I, Kelly? Yeah. So this is not my natural state to be up here talking to all of you. I normally like to talk with my business owners more intimately, and certainly not with all these people looking at me. But the other thing is, I always say to my clients, you can only control what you can control, so don't worry about the rest. There's a reason why they call a Teflon pan, so that what you put in a pan doesn't stick, right? So it's the same thing as about your mindset. Is if something is concerning you, actually take a step back and really look at, am I going to be consumed by it? Or can I take a moment? Because you don't have to jump into anything. When you jump into it, it becomes reactive, right? And when it's reactive, then you have a whole range of negative, like it's a domino effect. Who's been guilty of that? I would hope all of you would put your hands up, because I've done it and I continue to do it, and it's a human trait that we do. But the other bit of wisdom that I wanted to give you, that I give to my clients, is 10 little words that I got given in my deep, darkest moment. And if it is to be, it is up to me. 10 little words like that. And that's really what it's about. You are responsible for your own destiny. And it really is up to you, and everything else around it is just noise, and what you do with the noise is up to you. All right, moving on to Mr. Curtis. That's not really his last name, but anyway, Curtis. That'll be you? Right. So Curtis, as I said, we met at a networking event with your gorgeous wife, Monica Moore. Just mentioning her again in case you've forgotten, but sorry, how could you forget Monica? So I was sharing my life story as the guest speaker, so you get to hear my story again today, lucky you. And I felt really humbled that you reached out to work with me a few months back on shaping your new venture, which started with a name and ended up with a new name. And that name is Conference in a Box. And I love how you said you've not had anything so flash. He was referring to me. Well, actually he wasn't. Or he was, I'm not quite sure. He was actually referring to Laurie. Laurie has been on the brand journey with Curtis, and she's developed, so Laurie, just take a stand again so people know who you are. This talented lady, Laurie is a brand specialist, but she doesn't just do brands. She does everything from photography, branding, building websites, lead pages. Sounds like she does a lot. She actually does. But anyway, Curtis, what I'd like to know is, what is Conference in a Box?
Hello, everyone. It's funny hearing your own voice. Conference in a Box. Conference in a Box was a concept initially until we met Catherine, and she's turned it into a concept and a reality. The whole idea about Conference in a Box is that we've discovered that if you want speakers for a conference and you're struggling to find them, it's hard to find really good speakers. I mean, you can get you can spend the money and get the John Keys, or you can spend the money and get the Sir Graham Henrys, but it's finding relatable people who you can talk to. And what we've found with Conference in a Box, it's an organisation we've set up. It's got 12 really good speakers, and these are speakers, facilitators. They're also MCs, and so if you're having a conference and you're not sure what you need, what we do is we help you. We help you through that journey. We take all the stress away, because sometimes when you're told to organise a conference, the food and the sort of beverage side is fine, or the venue's fine. But finding the great speakers, finding the people who will make a difference to your conference, that's what people struggle with. So we've developed Conference in a Box to help take the stress away of finding really good speakers and people to communicate to your crowd.
Thanks, Curtis. I'm glad you know what your business is all about. That's really helpful. And you can show your flashcards to everybody at lunch. Sarah, we initially met to help you with your other business, not the one that you're sitting on the couch for. So Sarah is an occupational therapist, and she's recently been on the journey of rebranding her business, Fitworks Health. Not the name, but giving it a more community feel and really just showing what she's about and what she's wanting to provide to the community. I'm loving the logo and I love the story behind it, and I want you to talk to people about it. So let us get you to talk through what you do as an occupational therapist and how you help corporates and businesses, and what your new brand and business can offer business owners.
Thank you. Does anyone know what an occupational therapist does? Yep. Yeah, a few people. Okay. Well, we all do different things, and some of us work with children, and some of us work with children with mental health, or children with physical health, or a whole range, or adults, elderly, all sorts. So my specialty's really been more in brain injury, and then focusing into the workplace and returning people back to, or back safely and sustainably back into their workplace after they've had an injury. Which, as Kelly mentioned, you know, coming through a journey where you've had a significant injury and you're trying to just get back into normal life can be difficult and challenging for everyone, no matter whether it's just been a simple injury. So who's had an injury that they've, yes, most people have had, and some little injuries but hit them hard, and some have been major injuries where they've had time out of their lives, and we all get affected if we've had injuries, you know, financially, emotionally, socially, and everyone gets affected around us as well. So I work with people that have had injuries, and I work with a company that has the ACC contract to rehab people back into their lives, and their lives do involve work, obviously. And more so, Fitworks Health is also about linking the person to the workplace and the workplace to the person as well. And so some people find that their journey takes them in a different way. When one door shuts and they maybe can't go back to that job that they had, then another door tends to open, which is great. And sometimes I'm helping them look at doors that can potentially open for them after they've had different effects in their lives. I really enjoy the injury prevention space after 20 years of being an OT and seeing a number of injuries that can be easily prevented, such as workplace setup. So we've all got workplaces, whether it's in front of a computer, whether it's on a manufacturing line, out roading, a whole range of different constructions. There is a workplace and a workspace, and some of us do not know how to use our tools, and so I'm the one that helps you figure out how your chair works and how can you be set up correctly so you don't keep having the neck pain or back pain that you do every single week after and wondering why. So injury prevention, injury rehab, management. There's a flyer in your one of my flyers are in your bags that you've got, so just check me out. I'm still navigating the space with social media and but getting there. So I've chosen koru as my main symbol because it is new life, new beginnings for me and my business, even after 20 years. And I've chosen I live on the Kowhai coast, so chosen the Kowhai colours of the green and gold as well. So thank you very much, Catherine, for helping me through this.
Thanks, Sarah. And I just also want to be vulnerable again. So when I said to you I was sitting on the couch way back when trying to figure out whether I let what happened to me consume me or I get on with it, I also actually activated an insurance policy that I had not to kill my husband at the time, so he's very much still alive. I'm just divorced from him. And you can laugh, that was funny, but anyway. You can see I'm not in Vegas, but anyway. But what I did is I had a personal disability insurance policy, and I had that. I took that policy out when I had the aneurysm and lost the hearing in my left ear. Naturally, I couldn't use that policy for hearing loss, so I didn't take any action on it. But I was able to use that policy to get well again. And when I say well again, I wasn't suffering from depression or anxiety, which was kind of a diagnosis that was given to me to start with. I was actually suffering from what's called post-traumatic stress disorder. And if it wasn't for my occupational therapist, who I credit for actually giving me a good kick up the backside and motivating me, I probably would have taken a bit longer, and they were quite intrigued with how I brought myself back out of that hole. And so the work that the OTs do is very understated, and I salute anyone who's in that space, including you, Leslie, who have also in that space. It's Organic Darling, and in the bag that you've got, you'll see a brand called Coolium, and Coolium is something you should have in your office to help your staff. It's natural products made here in New Zealand, and Leslie from It's Organic Darling has that as one of the many products. So Leslie, do you want to take a stand quickly? So you know who Leslie is? And she is standing, by the way. Right, so back to the people on the couch. I've got some quick fire questions that I want to put to you. So what I'd like to do is ask you the question, you answer it and then fire it along to each other. So, or you can go opposite way. You can put each other on the spot. So, what is most important for me? Oh, I can see them all cringing. Gosh, can you feel their pain? I just suddenly felt it. It's going to be okay. You can control what you can control, right? Remember, if it's to be, it's up to me. So, starting with what is most important for me is when I feel myself falling out of balance, and that does happen. I'm not Wonder Woman. I do things to bring myself back into balance. I've recently taken up deep water walking, which is quite a laugh. I spend more time giggling than I do walking. But I have a great time, and I get home completely motivated. So what do you do, team on the couch, to get that work-life balance?
Oh, okay. Well, it seems that what I do is, I think it's really important to take time to reflect. It's really important to take time for yourself. There's so many things being dumped on everyone at the same time, you know, and all of us have that when you come home. I mean, you're at work, you get people hassling you, especially as business owners, and you're solving everyone else's problems. And then you sort of realise when you get home, you've got your own problems you've got to look after. And I think sometimes you've got to step back and go, whoa, hang on, just tell the world to go away and just spend a bit of time just reflecting on where you want to be at, what you want to do, and tell everyone to go away, but go away nicely. And just take some time to reflect on what you want to achieve for the next day, but do it in a nice way. That's what I do. Yeah, go on.
I try and actually, the gratitude really is for me, so I try and think about 3 things that you know I have to be thankful for, and that sort of pulls me out of any dark, deep, low spots that I have, and then I can then refocus. So that could be, you know, health, family, you know, everything's okay.
I'm going to swear, but I have like a bucket list, but it's called a fuck yeah list. I do something on my fuck yeah list, and it's called a fuck yeah list because it makes you go, fuck yeah, you know? So, you know, on that list, it's anything from bungee jumping to like going to crazy hikes to, you know, doing something at home with the kids to just living. So, yeah, I look hard at my fuck yeah list, and you're welcome to take that away with you guys and go and create your own. And I do something on there because that makes you feel like you're alive. All right?
I love working with you, Kelly. In fact, I sometimes go home and I find Kelly in my backyard, and she says, Catherine, I'm just going to sunbathe till we start working. And then I find her in my pool. Right, she loves that. And she plays golf on a Friday. She's the most grumpiest person ever if she doesn't get to the golf course. What a boring game that is. Anyway, Next question is going to be about me, actually, so you better have some good answers. No, I'm just joking. What benefits are there to having a business advice or a coach when you're working in business? And I'm going to start with you, Sarah.
Well, everything. Just the guidance, the expertise, the knowledge that you've got, and business advisors have from working with multiple businesses for years. I've got my own skill set in terms of injury prevention, injury management, and rehab, and you've got your skill set in terms of goals and strategies for businesses. So.
Well, basically, for us, we don't know what we don't know, and that's the beauty of it. Is because by telling you what we don't know, you go, well, that's okay because we'll figure it out together, and you help us build that knowledge. And so, all of a sudden, you've got a jigsaw puzzle, and you've got places being put into place rather than just big gaps there. And the good thing is, as the picture becomes more and more clearer, sometimes you think, oh, hang on, I want to change my picture, as we did. And so we'll change it, and then and you'll help us through that whole journey, and like meeting people such as Laurie and his skill set, people like the BPT, just rocking the skills, and there's a whole lot of people out there who are willing to help each other, and you help make those connections, and so that's been tremendous for us.
I'm going to skip Kelly for a reason. I'll come back to you, Kelly. I haven't skipped you really. You've all worked with the business engine community, and obviously, as I said, I'm one person, so I am known as being the bush lawyer, but I'm not really a lawyer, and I need Andrew from Tally McKeek, so Andrew, stand, because you were one of the providers, or you are one of the providers in the engine, and Amy, if you could stand as well. So without these wonderful people to help me navigate the journey for my clients, my clients trust me. They go, put me wherever I need to be, and they just trust me. They don't go and research who Andrew is or Amy. And Amy, I want to thank you for what you do with my clients, and you, Andrew, because we've had some curly ones along the way. That truck is noisy. Right, so what I'm going to do is I skipped Kelly for a reason, but I didn't really. So I have to push this lectern back out again. And then I have to figure out how to turn myself off. And it's a bit bright now in here.
I definitely believe having a business advisor is an investment rather than a cost to the business. COVID's given our business quite the shake-up, and without Catherine's guidance, support, knowledge and accountability, I believe we wouldn't still be here right now. Catherine cares so much for her clients, and she goes over and beyond to help them find solutions to any challenges that you have within a business that you possibly wouldn't have found yourself.
So that's the power of marketing. Thanks, Kelly. Do you still believe it, or was that a script we wrote?
No, I believe it. Yeah, for sure. But I'd definitely say from a health and wellness perspective, having someone that bats for you, because, it can feel like a lonely place being a business owner, because, your staff have got you to turn towards. You've got the responsibility of looking after them. You tend to take a lot of it home. It can be quite a lonely place to be able to share, or you might feel like you don't have a platform to share your concerns and your problems that you're going through. So having a business advisor that is batting for you as well, and you can be, like I said, authentic before and vulnerable, I think that's really important. So yeah.
So that's the wrap, people. I'd like to do a round of applause to these wonderful people on the couch. And they are one of the many, many people that are in business in New Zealand that take a risk every day and provide employment to others. So thank you again. I love everything about what you guys stand for and the work that you do. So thank you. Right, moving right along, I'd now like to invite Tony Alexander, well known to many for his straight up thoughts on the economy. Tony's been a godsend throughout the last few years while we've all navigated these waters. So Tony, if I could invite you to the stage.
Well, you looked me in the eyes and you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, well, I know where to find you. Well, I know where to find you. Then I looked you in the eyes with the promise, light brighter than the stars, I'll finish what I started. And if you lose your way, you'll know where to find me. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home.
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients, guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Tion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smitten Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of everyday. My textiles and homewares are hand produced, screen printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Here at PC On Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Brew Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
Unboxing new arrivals. We clean up the boots.
Inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
I definitely believe having a business advisor is an investment rather than a cost to the business. COVID's given our business quite the shake-up, and without Catherine's guidance, support, knowledge and accountability, I believe we wouldn't still be here right now. Catherine cares so much for her clients, and she goes over and beyond to help them find solutions to any challenges that you have within a business that you possibly wouldn't have found yourself.
Well, you looked me in the eyes and you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, well, I know where to find you. Well, I know where to find you. Then I looked you in the eyes with the promise, like brighter than the stars, I'll finish what I started. And if you lose your way, you'll know where to find me. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home.
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients, guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Tion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smitten Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of every day. My textiles and homewares are hand produced, screen printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Here at PC On Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Brew Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
unboxing new arrivals, we clean up the boots,
inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
I definitely believe having a business advisor is an investment rather than a cost to the business. COVID's given our business quite the shake-up, and without Catherine's guidance, support, knowledge and accountability, I believe we wouldn't still be here right now. Catherine cares so much for her clients and she goes over and beyond to help them find solutions to any challenges that you have within a business that you possibly wouldn't have found yourself.
Well, you looked me in the eyes and you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, well, I know where to find you. Well, I know where to find you. Then I looked you in the eyes with the promise, like brighter than the stars, I'll finish what I started. And if you lose your way, you'll know where to find me. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. I saw you standing there.
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients, guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and Dad's and Dion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smitten Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of everyday. My textiles and homewares are hand produced, screen printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Here at PC On Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Brew Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
unboxing new arrivals, we clean up the boots,
inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
I definitely believe having a business advisor is an investment rather than a cost to the business. COVID's given our business quite the shake-up, and without Catherine's guidance, support, knowledge and accountability, I believe we wouldn't still be here right now. Catherine cares so much for her clients and she goes over and beyond to help them find solutions to any challenges that you have within a business that you possibly wouldn't have found yourself.
Well, you looked me in the eyes and you said it, and your face can say it all, so I know you meant it. And if I lose my way, well, I know where to find you. Well, I know where to find you. Then I looked you in the eyes with the promise, like brighter than the stars, I'll finish what I started. And if you lose your way, you'll know where to find me. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. In the dark of the night, follow the light, come back home. I saw you standing there.
Looking for the perfect gift for your colleagues or clients, guaranteed to be remembered for years to come? This year, add that personal touch to your gift giving with Wine Time, your complete personal wine labelling service, which makes gift giving easy. The Wine Time team have scoured the globe, partnering with some of the best winemakers in New Zealand and around the world, bringing you premium quality wines at incredible prices. Plus, utilising the easy-to-use Wine Time website, you can personalise your bottles, adding your own logo or even a photo of yourself or your team to the label, enabling you and your business to remain first of mind. There's no minimum order, so if you need just one bottle or 100, Wine Time can do it, and they'll deliver your order in speedy time too. Life is busy enough, so let the Wine Time team take one of those to-dos off your list this year. Find out more, winetime.co.nz.
If you're a keen DIYer like me and my sister, you'd be wanting quality products for below trade prices. Here's our top tip. Head to tradeproducts.co.nz. You'll find cool outdoor products, stick things and make things waterproof products, that's the technical term, tapes for every occasion and more, and well-known brands you can trust. So take our advice and dance and Tion's the company and get your DIY sorted at tradeproducts.co.nz.
My name is Katie Smith and I'm a textile designer, screen printer, textile artist, and I run the business Smitten Design Textiles. I am fascinated by textiles and the way they can transform a space, a place, a person, the colour, the textures, the patterns, the ability of textiles to tell a story. I'm inspired by the many walks I do in the Waitakaris. I'm inspired by urban textures, the stuff that surrounds us, the patterns of every day. My textiles and homewares are hand produced, screen printed in my studio, designed here in my studio. I like to keep the designs very simple so they coexist with a range of tastes and styles. I use natural fibres, eco-friendly inks, water-based. Try and keep things very small scale, limited edition, bespoke. I love sharing my knowledge and passion for textiles. I've always loved to teach. At the workshops we do screen printing, block printing. It's a step-by-step process and they're very small, intimate classes. Students have a lot of fun. They're always surprised about how much they can create in one day. The best thing is they get to take something home with them that they've created. I'll always be working in textiles. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Here at PC On Site, we just want to make IT easy for you and your business. Hi, I'm Tony from PC On Site. I have been in the IT industry for over 20 years. I absolutely love technology. I believe technology is supposed to make life easier and make business more effective. I see many businesses struggle with their IT issues that they come across. They can search Google for an answer, but often they struggle with the jargon. The things that I can help small business with are getting the right equipment and setting it up properly, maintaining them, and most importantly, make sure it's secure and make sure the employees can get the information wherever and whenever they need it. Also, we are partners with some of the major tech companies like Google, Datto, and ESET. What makes PC On Site different? Because we get the product you need and we understand what you need. We're not just selling you the product. Basically, I can be your IT department whenever you need it, wherever you need it.
What's up? I'm Alex.
And I'm Ben, and we're the guys who run NZ Brew Room.
We first met at high school playing in the same football team.
We were both having a chat over a brew when we realised how much we both love classic football boots.
We agreed it was far too difficult to get in a pair of retro boots to New Zealand, so we'd found a gap in the market.
So we started up an Instagram page and became New Zealand's first ever resellers of rare football boots.
And the page took off, and we're now New Zealand's largest seller of retro football boots.
A typical day at NZ Boot Room includes
looking for the best boots on the market, legit checking,
unboxing new arrivals, we clean up the boots,
inspect the boots and give them a rating out of 10.
After this, we do a photo shoot and upload them to the website.
And then we package up the day's order.
All our packaging is eco-friendly. We'll have them off to you first thing the next morning.
It's really important to us that we give back, so 1% of all our profits are donated to an environmental cause. Yeah, it's going great for now, but we've got huge plans for the future.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Just sit.
I definitely believe having a business advisor is an investment rather than a cost to the business. COVID's given our business quite the shake-up, and without Catherine's guidance, support, knowledge and accountability, I believe we wouldn't still be here right now. Catherine cares so much for her clients, and she goes over and beyond to help them find solutions to any challenges that you have within a business that you possibly wouldn't have found yourself.
bag you have a number of brochures. So you'll see a brochure here. It's about mindfulness. And Sassy Mama, Tim, who's currently enjoying lunch, sitting here, she wrote a book called The Little Tiger with the Big Temper. And it's all about mindfulness, and it's about her journey with her twins and her journey as a mum. And basically the book is not just designed for children, it's designed for us as adults. Because even though we've been trained as children not to worry about things, as adults we tend to worry more. So I do encourage that you get this brochure out of your bag at some point and do have a look at it, and then have a look at the book and get in touch with Tim. Also in the bag is the little chocolate from Gail, who told me don't make me stand up. But she's not going to stand up, but she's there. And Gail's the person that I go to when I go, can you get a box together for me for $80 or $100 or $120 and I need it like yesterday? And she always delivers it very quickly. I also want to just make mention to a couple of newish business owners. They're not really new to business, but this is about a journey that has gone really well, in that I'm actually retiring a couple of clients who are able to exit. And the new owners are Tanya and Andrew Claxton down the back there, and they are happy to stand up. Well, one of them is, and two of them are. And they've just purchased a business, a cleaning business. So if you have commercial premises or residential premises across Auckland, do catch up with them or reach out to me to find out their details. Corinne and I, Corinne down here, and I are continuing their journey with them. So Corinne and I work with the existing business owners, and we're continuing with Tanya and Andrew. So Tanya and Andrew, thank you so much for allowing us to continue the journey, and we look forward to your future success as well. Now, before we kick off with the amazing trio of organised chaos, and obviously Gavin's left, so he's not going to hear secret number 3, so we won't be telling Gavin about secret number 3. But secret number 3 that I wanted to give out to you today is about distribution. So I talked about storytelling and being vulnerable and brave, and then I talked about creating the collateral, and now I'm going to talk about the distribution. I also talked to you about how people have tried to copy me and said, hey, it doesn't work. And I'm like, no, it doesn't work. You need to work with us. So in 2021, we became a disruptor of digital. And we created at the Engine a business TV show that went digital and aired on Sky at the same time. You'll see on your table chart on your table that we have an Engine business TV show on one side. And we're currently taking interest for people who want to be on the next series. And it's probably one of the most economical TV shows that you can be on, because we, unlike other channels, don't charge you tens of thousands of dollars. So do reach out to us here at the Engine to find out how we can achieve amazing results like what you see on the screen. So when we aired our TV show, we reached an audience of over we reached an audience of 500,000 people. And we reached that audience through the Face TV channel on Sky, and also through YouTube and omni-channel marketing. We are the only people that took TV to digital at the same time, and it was really exciting. What you probably don't know is that I did say to you that we were live streaming this event, and Lenny is actually live streaming it to quite a number of channels right now, and that's the opportunity, that's the sweet spot for all of you here in the room. So if you have a business and you are working on social media and doing all the work just in your own channel, there is an opportunity for you to cross-promote through relationships, collaborative relationships, where you can all work together and have your information out there. So Lenny, thank you so much for doing that for us today. I also want to acknowledge and thank Paul and his team from Event Styling. People said to me, what wonderful drapes you have in here. Well, we weren't actually going to have drapes, but I thought it looked a bit boring. To be honest, I'm used to seeing drapes in here. But we actually take these drapes down and we actually change this for every wedding. In November and December, we have back-to-back weddings nearly every day of each month. The staff work tirelessly. Paul and his team at Event Styling work tirelessly, but they're extremely committed to us. If you are available on the 7th of August, Albany Estate will be having an open day from 11 till 3 p.m. I encourage you to come and have a look at the event venue on that day, and you'll see a total transformation of what we can do for you. Now, without further delay, I introduce you to the dynamic trio of organised chaos, where for the next hour they will draw on their own experiences, expertise, wisdom and mistakes, as it is their intention to inspire you to develop your own unique brand of organised chaos. Please welcome to the stage Julia, Christine and Monica Moore.
Mathematics people use it, and of course we use it in our everyday lives, except when we can't. And there's been patterns through the world since the beginning of time where we've had chaos. And we know that since 2020 we're experiencing that now. But through the chaos we can find a pattern. And so we speak about coming from here to there, organising the chaos. And we speak on the topics of leadership, communication and practical well-being. So I speak about communication. It's the words that you say and the stories that you tell yourself that affect your life outcomes. And we have Christine, who speaks about, looks like she doesn't know, but she does.
Am I supposed to follow on
Yes.
from I speak about transformational leadership, which is my absolute passion, and there is a recipe for transformational leadership, and if you follow it, you cannot fail. But I'll talk to you about that a little bit more soon.
And I'm Julie Grace, and I speak about practical wellbeing, talking about mental health and wellbeing. I talk crazy, and I'm the visual.
And we brought ourselves with ourselves today. We quite like that banner. I particularly like it because I'm the same height as them in the banner. And also our COVID coverings can't be shown in that banner either. The little bit of wine and chocolate we might have had on a daily basis over the last 3 years, it was extra. But we particularly feel sorry for Christine because she's probably put on about 900 grams and we feel quite upset for her. But we're going to start with Julia, and of course she is the most amazing singer and performer, so she's going to start with a song.
Awesome. Thanks, ladies.
We are good to go. We are. We good? Isn't this wonderful to be here? I know it's beautiful and wedding-y. Actually, one thing you may not know, between the three of us, there have been a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weddings. Yeah. So one of us may have just tilted that scale slightly more than the others, but we're not saying who are we. Her name starts with C and ends with Christine, but that's okay. We are just fabulous, and I love being part of the team here at Organised Chaos. But you know, life is unexpected, right? Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Stuff happens to us all. The other day, I wrote off my daughter's car. Now, that is not the normal order of the universe. Normally, your teenager would write off your car. Who's had a kid write off their car? Normal, normal, normal. I'm from West Auckland, we do things a little bit differently. So I took her car and I ran it into the back of a parked truck. Now I don't really have any excuse, so I'll leave that part of the story there, but I took her car along to the panel beater and I asked the guy, I said, can I have a loan car? He said, sure, no problem. And he gave me the car and he said, look, there's a piece of important information that you need to know. He said, instead of this car having a handbrake, it's got a foot brake. Now that's important information, right? So I tucked that away in my conscious brain for later. But then he started to go on and on a bit. Ladies, he was mansplaining, you know, telling me stuff I didn't need to know, blah, blah, diesel, blah, whatever.
And we moved on. I pulled up to the first intersection, and at this point, my conscious brain and my subconscious brain began to have a kōrero, a little conversation. Now, my conscious brain said, oh, foot brake, foot brake. The man said foot brake. So I jammed on the foot brake and felt very smug and happy with myself. But of course, in this moment, our conscious brain is not always the one in the driving seat. I talk about practical well-being, talking about dealing with depression and anxiety and mental wellness issues that I have in my life, and how we can help others and ourselves in our well-being. So we all know that our subconscious is actually a huge part of who we are. And at this point, my subconscious brain had something to say. It said to me, now normally at this point, your left hand would have something to do. Now somebody in all their wisdom had designed this car so that where the handbrake would normally be was the handle that makes the seat lie down. I know, clearly it was a man. You think so? Yeah, it wasn't designed by a woman. Right, so I stop, I reach and I disappear. And I had what I call my handbrake moment. Now we all have handbrake moments. We've had a lot of handbrake moments over the last 2.5 years. One of the reasons I love working in organised chaos is we have handbrake moments on the regular, and we are honest and transparent about that. But one of my big handbrake moments was when I turned 43. A number of years ago, I was diagnosed with clinical depression and anxiety, and it wasn't something that I had seen coming in my life. I'd been brought up to sort of believe that, you know, mental health issues were maybe for those people, or the ones that maybe couldn't quite make the good decisions or handle, or underneath it all, without judgment, we still felt a little bit like there was something wrong. I'm going to be honest with you guys, it's been a deeply humbling experience. I like to say my life is like a long series of getting knocked off my high horse and getting back on progressively smaller horses. And right now, I'm saddling up a chihuahua. As I just speak honestly and openly about my journey and my dealing with this big topic that is mental wellness. But I thought I would start today, one of the things that I do love to do is to sing. It's all right if I sing a song? You know, whoops. Getting caught up in the decor. I'm a slick operator, as you can see. One of my favourite songs, I think, to do with well-being and being there for one another. Who remembers the 80s? Oh, good decade. I was born in the 70s, but I was cool in the 80s, right? Because you hit your stride when you're a teenager. I knew I was cool in the 80s because I had one fluorescent green sock and one fluorescent pink sock. And I had another pair the same. Go figure. Yeah, cool, thank you. But actually, in the 80s, I really wanted to be this person. I wanted to be Cyndi Lauper. She turned out about a bit crazy like me too. So now I'm not going to do Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Not this time, maybe another time. But actually, my favourite song from that era being True Colours. And it talks about being there for one another. One of the things we can do with our mental wellness is actually be there for one another and being prepared to be open and honest with them. So let's go to the 80s. Well, you with the sad eyes, well, don't be discouraged or realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all in the darkness inside and make you feel so small. But I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. Your true colors are beautiful like a rainbow. Well, show me you're smiling Don't be unhappy. I can't remember when I saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy, take it or you can let you call me up, because you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. Your true colors are beautiful to me. Thank you. Well, a challenge, to be honest, a challenge for me today has actually been just going what not to say or how to do a little taster for you and pop some practical stuff. But I really wanted to leave you today with some practical things that you can actually use when it comes to your well-being and particularly the staff or the people around your world. And one of the things that I'm really fascinated with, obviously, was the brain. And I come into this with a little bit of an overarching idea around mental wellness. I believe that mental wellness issues are reasonable, universal, and manageable. All right? Reasonable, universal, manageable. And you're loving that, aren't you? Yeah. So she's just distracted with the drinks. Okay. Hence, bar manager, yeah? Love it. Reasonable. First of all, mental wellness issues are a reasonable response to the body, to the pressures of life. They just make sense. It's okay. If I fell off the stage and broke my leg, that would be a reasonable response to the force of gravity. Nothing weird about it, nothing dumb about me, apart from the fact that, I'd stepped off the stage, just a small thing, but a reasonable response. Secondly, mental wellness issues are universal. We're all on a wellbeing spectrum. Now, there's always someone in every audience that's, oh, Julia, I don't need to hear this stuff, I'm really well. Well, you can always get weller. Because you can tell a weller woman. Tanya, thank you so much. By the way she wears her hair, and of course, in the wonderful words of Rachel Hunter, it won't happen overnight, but it will happen, thank you. Some of you young ones looking at me, what happened? Ask your mother. It's all about the 80s. Wonderful. So, I believe when it comes to science, I'm going to do a little bit of a science nerd here thing on you. Stressed out brains are offline brains. I'll say that again. Stressed out brains are offline brains. If we leave our mental wellness conversation until we are unwell, the part of our brain we need to solve the problem has literally gone offline. The thing we're relying on is no longer functioning. And so, because stressed out brains are offline brains, we have to plan ahead. And that's why we're talking today, right? I'm going to assume that if we've got out of bed this morning and we've got here, we're at some level of well-being. I know for me, when I've been very mentally unwell, some days I wake up and depression is big in my world. And coming to an event like this would be overwhelming. It would be too hard to see the people, too much noise, too much going on, and I wouldn't be here. So I'm going to assume for us to be here, we have a level of well-being. But we need to plan ahead because all of us know that there's going to be good days and there's going to be tough days. And today what I want to do is give you a couple of tools to prepare for the tough days. Is that cool? All right. Anybody not have tough days? No, we all do. If you've got a brain in your head and breath in your lungs, we will have tough days. If we leave it to our own devices, we will degenerate to what I call the great Kiwi chat. It goes like this. Hi, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. That's it. Who's had that conversation already today? Yeah, I know, honestly, we do it all the time, and now we get a bit paranoid. But if we don't address this, that's as far as we're going to get. We're not going to get below the surface. We're not going to ask good questions. Now, I've been a school teacher in West Auckland for many, many years, so I've been asked some great questions, mostly from kids called Metallica and Chandelier and stuff. But I've been asked some pearlers. I've been asked, what colour is this blue pen? How long is the 40-hour famine? That was from a parent. And one day I was wearing a T-shirt. It sort of had a map of New Zealand on it. To be fair, it was subtle, tone on tone, grey on grey. One of the kids goes, "Oh, miss, did you spill coffee on your T-shirt?" I said, "Is it in the shape of New Zealand?" He's like, "Oh, yeah." So when they say there's no such thing as a dumb question, they haven't taught in West Auckland. But we have to learn to dig a little deeper and have some conversations, and we've got to be prepared. So what I want to do today is give you this idea of a little thing called a skull scan. Now, I'm going to use some handy well-being language, and I borrowed this from a guy called Dr. Rick Hansen. He's a psychologist from the United States. And we're going to talk about our brain just really quickly in simplistic terms, being in kind of like 3 operating systems. Okay? Now, I've introduced you to my little friends here. Say hello to my little friend. Sorry, just a little West Auckland joke there. I'm not carrying a gun. I may or may not have a knife. I'm kidding, of course I've got a knife. But first of all, our operating system is that deep part of our brain, the basic part, the instinctive part, the part that keeps us in survival mode. And we're going to call it today that lizard part of our brain. This is the part that if I yelled fire, it would make you do something useful about it, like run or flick a switch or actually do something. This is the part that keeps you alive. This is the part that freaks out when someone pulls out in front of you in traffic. This is the part that makes your heart race and your mouth go dry when someone says something horrible about you and it comes up on your screen and you just have that horrible feeling. That is part, we're going to call that the lizard operating system today. Now, the second little operating system, we've got this guy. If you want a good business idea, can I just suggest that you make toy mice? Because I went all over Auckland looking for this. I found one. But the second part is that basic part of our brain that's a little bit more complicated. It's just kind of our needs center. And we're going to call that the mouse. This is, am I hungry? Am I tired? Am I cold? Are my needs being met? Or am I completely distracted by the fact that my physical needs are out of line? And finally, we've got our third little operating system, and we've got our little monkey. Now, a monkey is the part of our brain, our frontal lobe, and we're talking about problem solving, communication, and the ability to actually engage with one another. And this is kind of like our outside operating system. Now, the problem with these 3 is that this one takes priority for obvious reasons, right? Because if your life's in danger, nothing else matters. And we're going to jump straight into that kind of lizardy brain there. If our life is safe and we feel okay, our next is our needs. If you're sitting in a meeting and you're really thirsty or super cold or extra tired, it's very, very hard to concentrate. And your stressed out brain will literally go offline. This guy is the only one that will make you any money. Why? Because in those 2 parts of your brain, all you can focus on is, can I stay alive? Can my needs be met? And now I can have a chat with you about our strategic planning. Now, how does this work in a business setting, both for yourself and for staff? And our little skull scan looks like this. It says, pat the lizard, feed the mouse, and hug the monkey. All right? Pat the lizard, feed the mouse, and hug the monkey. And the great thing with this little idea is that we can go into a meeting or we can go into a situation and start. First of all, do I feel safe? When you walk into something or when someone comes into your office to meet with you, do they feel fundamentally safe with you? Now, this might sound a bit dramatic. Pat that little lizard. Are you okay? How are you feeling? But I don't know about you, but when I've been dealing with big depression or big anxiety, I'm pretty much just a body filler in the space. You're not going to get a lot of strategic planning out of me. Productivity is low because I'm really worried about my personal safety. So we pat the lizard, we check that the person is feeling fundamentally safe and okay. Now, I was brought up in a semi-cult. It was kind of like a religious cult. And so when a man tells me what to do, I was trained to do it. I don't want to do it, and I'll be very passive-aggressive about it, but I'm used to it, particularly if they're, like a white middle-aged man, because I'm used to being ordered around and told what to do. So I, as an adult, have had to say to bosses, do not tell me that you want to meet me next Wednesday. Because all I can think is, what's happening? I'm in trouble. I don't feel safe. I've had to learn to say, hey, tell me you want to meet me on next Wednesday and tell me why you want to meet me. If you're dealing with people who are in trauma or under pressure, they might turn up in your office looking like a lizard, just feeling a bit stressed. So what can you do? Just calm them down. Hey, soothing voice, nice space. We're safe here. It's going to be cool. We can move on with the next part of our business. Second thing we're going to do is we're going to feed the mouse. We're going to check in with that person. If you're dealing with a teenager coming home from school, pat the lizard. First of all, how was your day? You feel safe? You feel okay? All those deep things. Secondly, feed them. Feed the mouse. Food. My husband does this to me all the time. Come in, babe. How you doing? Good day. Sit down. Glass of wine. Feed the mouse a glass of wine. Not with your teenagers. I am from West Auckland. We draw the line there. But, but actually dealing with those needs and thinking smart about it. Do I feel comfortable? When I get up on stage, I love doing this, but I know it's hard for other people. Make sure you're dressed comfortably. You're not spending the whole time thinking, oh my gosh, is the sound right? Are my clothes right? Am I too worried about how I'm feeling? Because what we want to do is we want to get to this state of well-being where we can communicate, we can problem solve, we can actually connect, and we can learn to hug the monkey. So I don't know how you can apply that to yourself, to your staff, to making your office or your space an embracing, warm place to be. Or you can apply that to yourself when you walk in at the end of the day. Have a little skull scan. How's the lizard? How's the mouse? And now we can talk about the monkey. Don't try booking flights when you're under pressure. I once booked airport parking on the wrong day, the wrong month, in the wrong year. I got a text, they're like, when are you coming to pick up your car? I was like, what? When we're under pressure, stressed out brains are offline brains. And so we need to be prepared. So that's my first little one there. And then secondly today, I want to give you some grabbable words. Now on your table, I've popped a little card. And this is not just my business card, but it does have it on there, which is, handy. But it's actually something that's really important to me. I love to use the language of the wobbly point. That's why there's a little jelly. The wobbly point. The point at which your body is saying to you, something needs to change. Now, when we're mentally unwell, when we're not feeling great, when we're a little bit wobbly, I don't want to know why, how, what you had for dinner, what your mother said to you when you were 7. I'm not your psychologist. I simply need to know that you have reached your wobbly point and you're not doing too well. And so because of that, using the language of the wobbly point can be a really fun, easy way to do that. Pop this into your family, pop this into your world. We say to people, when we're stressed, we're not going to come in, I'm having a bit of a psychotic episode. That's all too much. We want to say things like, hi, how are you? Good. How are you? Good, right? We want to keep it really light. So using the language of the wobbly point can make things fun. I'd love to get funding for an emoji of a jelly. Just to text someone and just go, I don't know what's wrong, but something's wrong. I don't know what could be done, but something's wrong. And inviting someone into your world. Now on here is a little concept called a jelly buddy. And a jelly buddy means that you pre-plan your support network. I want you to have a little think right now. Who would you turn to that you could trust, that you could sit down with them and go, not only do I trust you if I reach out to you, but I trust you enough to reach into my world if I don't notice. Because I don't know about you, but when I'm mentally unwell, I'm often the last to know. We see it in others more than ourselves. When you have a jelly buddy, you sit down and you have a drink of wine or you have a coffee or you grab one of these glorious drinks over there and you say, I give you permission to check in. You have permission to hang out. And if necessary, you have permission to get help. Come to my house, knock on the door. If I don't answer, smash a window. Officer Kelly, you just have to show her your jelly buddy card. Is that true? Not legit? No, she's giving me funny looks. Someone said you need to, in West Auckland, make sure your card's there. Card and gun, maybe. I don't know. Taser? No. But I'm being silly. But what I'm saying is you have permission. My husband and I both deal with depression, and we have both been there for one another. We have both been the partner to drive the other partner to the doctor and sit down in the doctor's office. And when the doctor says, how are you going? Are you okay? And then that person goes, yeah, I'm fine, because you pretend. It's like kids, when you take them to the doctor and they've got a cough. They've been coughing all night. You keep them home from school. You pay $40. You go to the doctor and they sit down. They go, I'm fine. You're like, cough. You've been coughing all night. No, I don't want to cough now. Off, you little punk, But we go to the doctor and we pretend everything's okay because it's really scary. Both of us have sat there and said to the other one, I'm fine. And we're going, he's not fine. Give him the drugs, and being that person there for one another. So getting help can be really, really important. The idea of this is that on the tough days, we're unlikely to go out looking for a new friendship because stressed out brains are offline brains. We've got to plan ahead. On the back of that, we've got my details there, but also a little QR code. And I've just recently repackaged an amazing online course that is there available. I've kept it like at $11 just for people to go through, do 8 parts on that course. And my wonderful friend Brendan actually supported me in doing this and filmed and produced that many years ago at an incredibly cut price for me because of the work that I'm doing. I thank you for that, Brendan. I appreciate it. People are still benefiting from that. Straight through to that, to actually do something to start the discussion. We've got a whole lot of things that we could be saying, but we're going to stop there because I'm going to pass on to my incredible friend in a moment, Christine Rankin. But we've got a book coming out, What the How, as Monica mentioned. And we would just love to be able to work with you guys, talking about practical well-being, talking about transformational leadership, and of course talking about effective communication in your business and in your personal life. So can I invite Christine to come on up and join me? And I'm going to kind of set up for her. I feel like she needs no introduction, but I think she deserves one because, come across, now, duck, goose, it is. But she's doing very, very well. Christine is a force to be reckoned with, but in the best possible way. The most incredible woman who is going to tell us a bit about her story of her chihuahua moments, her handbrake moments. And so why don't you put your hands together and find out a little bit more about my friend Christine.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you for your lovely words, and thank you for fixing the microphone. It has to be adjustments. Things like this are killers for me. I've got to be very careful. But look, it's lovely to be here with you all. Look, leadership is my skill, my passion, and my obsession. I believe that you have to be courageous to be a great leader, and you do have to be passionate. And I know that it's a really overused word. And everybody, often people who are very dull, claim to be passionate. In my case, I am. Oh my God, you can't lose an earring in the middle of a presentation. In my case, I'm absolutely passionate about leadership. But in terms of courage and passion, I believe that those qualities are symbiotic. You can't have one without the other. And we can develop those skills. Sometimes we just need to know how. My business card, not my engine business card and not my deputy mayor business card, but my private business card says, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. It's attributed to Ted Turner, who's mostly famous for being Jane Fonda's husband, but he's also the executive of a big film company in California. You can be a great leader or you can be a great follower. There's no other choice. Get out of the way if you don't want to do either, and don't ever be an impediment. But look, I want to tell you a little bit about my life and explain to you and put in some context why I feel so strongly about this and why I talk about it and teach people how to do it. I want you to imagine just for a minute what it would be like to be, for you, each one of you individually, to be the most hated woman or man in New Zealand. It's much worse to be the most hated woman because there's a hell of a lot more to comment on if they hate you as a woman. You lead the news every day, TV, radio, cartoons, poems, songs, talkback, all of it horrible. Not for a day, not for a week, but for 2 years.
day after day after day. And while that was a long time ago, it still happens to me. It's actually 23 years ago, and I notice that whenever anyone writes about me in the newspaper, it always starts off 23 years later with controversial ex-boss of Work and Income. You know, people never forget and they never let things go, which is quite difficult to cope with. But you're just imagining that you are me at this point. Everyone talking about you, the clothes you wear, your earrings, your legs, your education, whether you're sane, who you must have slept with, being spat on, and yes, I was spat on twice, both by men in suits, both times at an airport. Abused every time you're in public. I didn't go to the supermarket for 18 months, and it was always women who gave me hell. They never looked at me, they would just say it loud enough for me to hear and everybody in my vicinity. How do you survive that years on end without cracking, and how do you not take your own life? Because it is relentless hatred. It feels intense and it feels very raw when it's happening to you, and it doesn't just happen to you, it happens to the people around you who love you. But I did survive that, and I want to say to you at this point, and I want to talk about it a little bit more later, I didn't survive with the help of women. I never believed in my life that I would achieve anything. I wanted to be a mother and a wife, but I believed that no man would ever want me because I've been conditioned to believe that I was fat and ugly and useless. And yes, Monica teases me about my 900 grams, but I still worry about it. And my son, who's in the audience, used to say to me when I was very thin that I was scrawny, which I've never forgotten. It was quite a compliment, but he didn't mean it to be. But when I was very young, I had no self-esteem and no confidence. And of course that came from my childhood. I was born in Greymouth. We lived in Blackball, which was a little coal mining town, and if you describe my family today, you would say they were dysfunctional and violent, and we were very, very poor. I saw and experienced things that no child should ever have to endure, which is why I have fought child abuse in this country for a long time. I'm a very outspoken advocate to change the laws, to change the rules, and to try and overcome the disgusting situation that this wonderful country is in terms of child abuse. But my abiding memory of my childhood is waking up each day with a knot in my stomach because I never knew what would happen to me or those around me. I was pregnant at 18 with my first son and had my second before I was 20. By 24, that marriage was over and I found myself on DPB, and that was the beginning of changing my life. After a couple of months, I wanted to work and I got a job as a temporary clerk at the Department of Social Welfare. Now, most of you are quite young and so you wouldn't have been around when this happened, but back then everyone got their first promotion after 2 years. Didn't matter if you're good, bad or indifferent, after 2 years they gave you the book of vacancies of jobs throughout the country. They pointed out a couple of them to you and they said apply for one of those jobs. Well, I got that first promotion and it was to the Takapuna office of the Department of Social Welfare, and from the day I walked in they told me they loved me and how lucky they were to have me, and that I was a breath of fresh air and that I was absolutely brilliant. And how did they get so lucky to get me? And I thought, oh my God, you're going to find out about me. I can't do this job. I'm not going to be able to do it. You know, I've tricked my way in here. And I've learned, of course, since then that it's called imposter syndrome, and it mostly happens to women. The only other, or the next other woman I ever heard talk about it was Jenny Shipley, who felt it very, very strongly at the beginning of her career. But because no one in my life had ever praised anything that I had done, I wanted what they said to be true. So I worked and worked and worked, and I got 5 promotions in 6 years, which was unheard of for a young woman in the public service, for that matter for a man. And I have to say at this stage, and if my family were here, they'd all hold their head, but have you watched Ted Lasso? Oh, people are nodding. You'll get what I'm talking about. And if you haven't watched Ted Lasso, it's only $6 a month for Apple TV. Only thing worth watching on Apple TV, but it is brilliant. And if you're into leadership, you've got to watch it and you're going to be hooked. But getting those promotions, and how they happened to me taught me the most fundamental life and leadership lesson, and one that I've practiced every day since, and with unbelievable results. I came to understand the power of positive reinforcement. And because it had been done to me and changed my life, I really wanted to give back. And I did it at every opportunity. I still do. I give feedback everywhere I go. On every day, I look for opportunities to do that, publicly and privately, the good and the bad things, and you always do the bad things privately. There's one massive rule with all of this: you have to have total integrity. Never compliment something that isn't true. Never tell someone they're good at something when they're not, because people can spot the fraud a mile off. And you know, a lot of us now are at home with our children, telling them they're the most wonderful things ever created, the most beautiful, the most perfect, the most intelligent, the most capable, and that's all very well. But you're often setting them up as awful employees when they arrive to work for people like you, and they think the world is going to be at their feet, and it's not. You've got to balance those things up, and you've got to do what's true and what's real. But compliment people, take every opportunity. I went on to many firsts in the public service. I was the youngest woman or man to ever become a director. I was the only chief executive to get a full cabinet vote to become a chief executive, and I remember the cabinet secretary brought it to me, and it was a piece of paper saying I had 100% of ministers that had supported my appointment. I didn't even understand how important it was. It had never happened before. I don't know if it's happened since. I didn't even keep that piece of paper, which I now regret. But before I became a chief executive, they sent me to every office that was failing, and I took them from the bottom to the top. I was absolutely and utterly driven because of what had happened to me. I loved my people. I told them how good they were, and I set them free, and I trusted them, and I held them to account. I fixed their problems, I drove their performance, and I created a professionalism in the public service that has never occurred before. And it certainly hasn't occurred since, because what happened to me because of it would have terrified any normal person. But I had a glittering career, and in 1998, that career had a death-defying crash. I can't tell you the full story today because it is a huge, unique and devastating one. But what I do want to tell you is, despite what the media and the then Labour government told you, we were the recognised world leader in the delivery of income support. That was our vision. We created it. We put a 5-year time frame on it. We did it in 2 years. People came from all over the world, and I went all over the world talking about what we'd done and how we'd done it. What you knew about me was that I hired some private jets actually into Taupo Airport to take staff to a conference. I didn't even know until 6 weeks after the conference that the jets had been hired. I had 6,000 staff. They had delegated authority. I trusted them. Sometimes that trust was misplaced. And yes, somebody did charter jets to take people to a conference that they organised for me. And of course, I was the chief executive and I was accountable. But you were led to believe that I was personally responsible, and it was almost a common occurrence. Because I'd been a beneficiary, I drove my staff to treat them with dignity and respect and to facilitate changing their lives. That's what we were mandated to do, but I remember the boss of Treasury coming to see me, and he told me to stop overachieving and stop overperforming, because that's not what they were paying me to do. They wanted me to drop the service and therefore fit into their little view of how a public service should be. The national government at the time loved it. They called me the epitome of a public servant, and they held me up as an example of what you should be doing. The incoming Labour government hated everything about me. I was the only chief executive ever to return money to the government, 25 million in my first year, and I remember my minister, Steve Mahari, told me that they gave me money and it was my responsibility to spend it. I had nothing to be proud of and never to discuss it with him again. I was a disgrace, he said, and my can-do attitude was an embarrassment. The pressure was immense. Government ministers would see me most days to point out how inappropriate my clothes were, how appalling my earrings were, and Mark Prebble, who was the chief executive of the Prime Minister's Department, told me, according to Darwin's theory, my earrings were a sexual come-on. I was told that I distracted overseas delegations of men with the way I looked because they couldn't concentrate. I don't know why I didn't say, how is this my fault? Because I actually dressed very professionally. I always wore very tailored suits, and yes, I've got extremely long legs, and yes, they were above my knee, and I used to point out that my legs would poke out the bottom of anything I wore, but that was not good enough. Men couldn't concentrate when they were around me. I'll tell you what, it wouldn't happen today. These were not one-offs, different day, slightly different message, but intense. Who do you think you are wearing Hugo Boss glasses? And I'd say, but Minister, you wear Hugo Boss glasses. And he'd say, why would people trust you? They trust me, but they would never trust you, so you shouldn't be wearing Hugo Boss glasses. But I never gave in. I knew what I'd achieved and the multi-thousands of New Zealanders that we had helped to change their lives. I did learn that it was vital to stand up for what was right, even if you had to stand alone, and I do that. I continue to do that in my life. I do it every day. They didn't get rid of me because I failed to produce results. The results were off the scale. The more they challenged us, the more we achieved. I had 6,000 staff, and 5,500 of them would do anything I asked of them. They desperately wanted to save me. The Prime Minister at the time, Helen Clark, said, I've never met her, by the way, she said that I had a cult leadership style and that it was dangerous. What it was called transformational leadership. And when you lead your people and you set your standards for them and they're vision driven and you love them and you support them and you look after them and you make their jobs as good as they can and you give them the ability to make decisions, that is the kind of leadership that I practice. But apparently it was a cult and it was very dangerous. As I said to you at the beginning, most of New Zealand hated me. They believed I was an irresponsible airhead. Every day the media hunted me down, they slept outside my house, they followed me everywhere I went. They called me an arrogant bitch because I didn't answer questions they asked me when they followed me in a pack, and they'd follow me in packs of 30 or 40. But I'd been instructed by the Minister not to talk to them, and I would never have defied an instruction from the Minister. I sued the government, which I wouldn't recommend that any of you do. I think I'm the only New Zealand public servant that's ever done it, and probably will be the only one that ever does. I lost that case, but the public finally got to hear my side of the story. And then, and I feel this could only happen in New Zealand, I became a celebrity. People screamed with glee when they saw me. They wanted to kiss me. Many people asked to touch my legs or touch them without asking. I signed autographs, and it was absolutely terrifying, bearing in mind that I had many death threats. Bullets with my name carved on them. I had my own police protection squad, which were only a button away from me if there was a serious threat to me. And ironically, I won the Best Dressed Woman in New Zealand in 2002, and I was the runner-up in 2006, and the French ambassador said 2 weeks before my job ended that in France I would be considered very chic and they would be following my fashion. There was Christine Rankin Day in New Zealand where thousands of people dressed up as me, including Jenny Shipley, the ex-Prime Minister, my previous minister. She went to the house in a short skirt and big earrings. But you know, when they headed for me, did they want to kiss me or kill me? I truly never knew. It was a really frightening time for a very, very long time. And I have to say, through my darkest hours, and I mentioned it before, it wasn't women who supported me. And I'm not talking about my staff or my family, but it wasn't women who got me through that time. And I think it's a significant thing to talk about in today's business world. It was men who openly supported me. I have thousands of letters from men and from the All Black team at the time telling me they supported me. Men telling me how ashamed they were by how I'd been treated by Mark Prebble. Mark Prebble came to see me one day, and apparently, and I was about as thin as a knitting needle, he got a glimpse of my breast and he was so upset he had to go home and talk to his wife about it, and he gave that evidence in my court case. So many men wrote to me, thousands of them, saying how embarrassed and he wasn't a real bloke. We talk about the sisterhood, and I actually think we need to talk about the heresy of the sisterhood. Women don't support women, I believe it's a fallacy. Now, some do. I work with fantastic women. I work with Catherine, who supports women everywhere, and I know a lot of women that do, but I also know a lot of women that don't, who are really cruel to each other, and at any opportunity will look to bring somebody else down. And I truly think as women we have to change this. If we can't rely on each other, who can we rely on? You've got to be able to trust people to say to you what they mean and not behind your back. And I think every woman in this room will have experienced it, because whenever I mention it, people say, I know exactly what you're talking about, and we all need to change it. I do believe we need to, because if we're to have a real effect on bias, then we have to start with each other. But I always think, don't dare to be too clever, too smart, or an achiever, and hell, don't look too good. And no, as I said, I don't mean every woman, but a lot of women fall into the trap, and we really do have to change it. My life has always been chaos. I chose to change that chaos into order and positivity. And yes, there are days I'm sad or overwhelmed, and many times I feel wasted, not drunk or drugged, but I know what I'm capable of, and I can't use those talents in the way I should. But I am really down for long. No matter what anyone else thinks about me, I know my worth. I know what I've endured, and I know what I've overcome. I know I can support and inspire others, and that feeds me. It doesn't make it better. I experienced a huge travesty in my life, and it wouldn't have happened if I was a man, and that's a fact. I would have been viewed totally differently, but despite that travesty, and I think it's a blight on New Zealand business and our political history, I'm still here. I didn't run and I didn't hide. They didn't ruin me as a person or as a woman. In fact, they gave me an unintended strength. I'm grateful for my life, and I wouldn't change any of it. I wouldn't want any of it to be different, from my childhood to everything that's gone wrong, because it makes you, if you allow it, it makes you the strong and decent person that you become. My son's in the audience, so when I say my children and my grandchildren are very proud of me, I hope he pops up and doesn't say, not always, Mum. And finally, on my fourth attempt, and no, I won't be using this facility again, I have a husband who I adore. I still have much to do and much to stand up against, and yes, even if I have to stand alone, I can do it, and I will do it. And I want in the future, and I've done this many, many times, to be able to share with people like you what the recipe is, because there is a recipe and it works. And now that I'm coaching, I've coached for a long time, but now I'm doing formal coaching with the engine, I'm available to you. And of course, the organised chaos is always available to you. So thank you, and on that note, can I introduce to you the wonderful Monica Moore, who makes us laugh through all the chaos we have. I think we like the chaos. I think we sort of create it around each other because we have so much fun. But at the end of the day, what the three of us have to offer works, and I love it. So Monica, all yours.
Isn't she wonderful? No one's ever wanted to touch my legs. I'm a bit upset about that, actually. They look a little bit like short little tree stumps. Okay, can everybody hear me? Oh, well done. That's excellent. Put your hands up. Put your hands up high. Put them as high as you can. Okay, now put them higher. Look at that, you bunch of liars. A whole lot of you can do more and go further than what you realise. That's just a little exercise. You can sit down now just for a minute. Just to show you that we are capable of a lot more. Now, we had a wonderful networking day today, opportunities to speak to each other. And networking is powerful. It's fast. We've got accessibility to millions of people within a few minutes. Has anyone ever heard of a woman called Jackie Harford? Excellent. I'm pleased that you haven't, but you will in a minute. Because Jackie Harford has learned about networking and how fast and how powerful it is. She lives in Pennsylvania and in America. And on Friday, the 13th of May of this year, she got an Uber with her boyfriend. She owned a restaurant and bar called Fossil's Last Resort. Boston started to talk, so there she was, getting in this Uber. She got in the Uber and she just happened to say, this is how powerful words are, she happened to say to the Uber driver, oh good, a normal guy. And the Uber driver said, excuse me? Oh, she said this, you're white, you can speak English, cool, a normal guy. And he said, I beg your pardon? And her boyfriend got in beside her and he said, I'm sorry. No, he didn't say I'm sorry. He said, what you just said to me was completely inappropriate. You need to get out of my Uber car right now. And she was shocked. She said, what do you mean? I didn't say anything wrong. I just said, oh, you can speak English. Oh, this is going to be good. He said, no, that's not what you said, and I've got it recorded on my dash cam. Her boyfriend then called him a lot of expletives. He took that video recording, he put it on his Facebook page, made it public. Within 4 days, Fossil's Last Stand, that's the name of it, was closed down. The website was gone, and people had put hundreds of thousands of reviews where they could about Fossil's Last Stand, even if they hadn't been there, saying the food was terrible, the people were awful. So we have to be really mindful of that, of the words that we're saying and the stories that we're telling people, because you are on all the time. All the time. You can, in some cases, turn that around. I'm sure you've all seen the billboard that started in a cafe called Essence in South Africa, where it says, come in and try the worst coffee one woman on TripAdvisor has ever had. And of course, what do you think it did to the cafe? It turned it all around. You've got to be really, really careful. And I know there's many stories like that, and I had a few more, but I'm really mindful of the time. So words are powerful. What words are you using? How aware are you of those words that you are using when you're speaking to other people? Now, this is a networking event, so I want you to think of a very short, clear phrase right now that describes who you are and how you are, what your brand is. You've only got a few seconds because we've only got a bit of time. So what you're going to do is you're going to target 3 people in this room right now that you have not met today, because we're networking, we've got to get in there and do what we can. You're going to go up there and tell them right now in a very short phrase, or just one word. I see my friend Adam Harris is here. He's great at doing this. He's probably, I'm going to preempt you, come up and say, why? And then he's going to, if you answer, he's going to say, why again? Because he is the master of the whys. You might get my new friend Arby, he might come up and tell you something really terrible happened to me. My wife had a baby, as if he had nothing to do with it. And then he added on to, then something else happened, she had another one. And I knew my life had to change. And of course he did the most sensible thing he could possibly think of. He quit his job. He quit his job and then he formed a business, and he's an amazing success today. So what you're going to do is think of your very short phrase, go find 3 people, deliver to them now, and get back as fast as you can. On your marks, get set, go. Who's not moving? You're not moving, I'm calling out your name. I'd written a whole review of you that I was back you come. If you're leaving, I'm calling out your name. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and back you come. Who's last? I'm just going to get the microphone. Hurry up. And who's sitting back down now? I'm going to give you 5 seconds. If you're not sitting down, you're going to come up with me and you're going to have a job. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and is that someone from the Pacific Business Trust not sitting down? We spoke Samoan before. I'll get her up. Okay, thank you. Well done. Were you impressed with some of the people? Were you going, oh my gosh, they need to fix their words? Okay, so I love words. I'm a wordologist, and words, the way that you speak, can absolutely change who you are and how you are. And it is obvious as walking around in a set of cardboard boxes. That's the vibe that you give off to people, and they notice it. Now, you're not obviously walking in a cardboard box, but I'm just going to demonstrate what that feels like. Now, somebody around here is cardboard box number 1. Where are they? I'd like people to help. Who's got cardboard box number 1? Hope they. Ah, yes, it was lovely, Leslie. Leslie, you've got to listen. That's the COVID box. Can you bring that up to me, please? Look at Leslie, I love her about it. You need to bring it to me. That's right, you don't have to do anything out after that. Thank you so much. So really, when COVID hit, I just put myself into an absolute random box. It was like, okay, my life is over. COVID has started. I just really started out as a professional speaker, and I got a whole lot of gigs. I was so happy. I got an international summit on education in Melbourne. I thought, oh, well, they won't cancel that. It's only Melbourne, the most locked-down city in the whole world. So it was like, oh, so I was still walking around, it's like, oh, COVID, it's just terrible. Everything is just awful. And then a really good thing to not do when COVID starts is to begin a renovation on your house. Who has got box number 2? Here he comes. John from Explain. Now, be careful when you email John. Make sure you write X and then Plain, P-L-A-N-E. We're having a discussion about spelling. You're welcome. Thanks, John. So it was like the renovation. The renovation, we were supposed to be underneath one of those scaffolding plastic bags for 14 weeks. We were under it for 56 weeks at $892 a week. I'm not like Tony Alexander. Wasn't he precise about his numbers? He said, oh, I've had about 78 people join me every week. About 78. And he knew, didn't he, Diva? What was it? 63 cents that the US dollar. I've put my box on around the wrong way. Don't you hate it when you do that? So, so this renovation absolutely stifled us. We went from no mortgage to what the heck is this? I'm glad that I'm in the third of the country, though. We didn't feel so bad. So we had COVID hit. Speaking gigs, we faced speaking gigs cancelled. We faced redundancy. 2 things that we'd never had before. And then we renovated this house. And when they opened the walls, they found dry rot in all of our exterior walls, just as a bonus. So I was just like, this is just, I've had enough. I've absolutely had enough. And my whole life was like this. Anything I said, I couldn't talk. I became boring. It was that bad. Oh, this is terrible. And then guess what happened? Box number 3, where are you? Who's got box number 3? Oh, no, it's my good friend. Oh, Jeff, get up here. Now, talking about words and stories, I met Jeff today. Such a humble man. He said, oh, I'm just to this and I'm just to this. He's the most amazing expert in so many things. Oh, I've just got this little overseas company, as you do, and I help people with trust. I help people do amazing things. He's actually pretty awesome. Give him a clap. He's going to change his words now. So then I thought, then I had to get a job. Like, there was like this big fat mortgage, and I didn't want to be in the house anyways. They're pulling it down. Honestly, we had one bedroom in the kitchen. They were the only places. You can't have a shower because tradesmen walk past the window during the scaffolding. Actually, you know what? After a while, I didn't care. I thought, well, if I scare them, blind them for life, it's their own fault. Because you just get to the point where it's too much. And then I just felt so busy because I was still working with my speaking. I went online, and I had a day job as well, and then I became the president of professional speakers. I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea at the time. And I just thought, everything, I'm so busy. I'm busy, I'm in COVID. I've got my house being renovated, and I was like, it was getting harder and harder to function, all these words that I kept using. And then I thought, actually, who's got box number 4? He's my good friend. I wrote an article for her once, and it was fabulous, wasn't it? She's lovely to talk to. You should go and have a chat with Shelley. And I just thought, it's just too hard. So it was hard. It was difficult. It was just like way too much. You know, I've never been that good at puzzles, but I've never fallen over walking around with these. So then it was like everything about me. So my whole vibe, the way I spoke to people, was all about these words I was using. Oh, I've got COVID. Oh, I didn't have COVID, but I'm in COVID. If COVID you don't get COVID, it gets you. I've got this renovation, and we're like, every fortnight we're getting accounts for like $30,000, $40,000, and it was like, no mortgage to what the hell is this and what's going on. And then we had to go and get another mortgage, and then we went there, and for something there was bank laws, new bank laws. Who thought the new bank laws were wonderful? Well, they didn't give us our loan. It was like, what's going on here? And then they called us and said, oh, we need to have quite a personal discussion with you. Okay, what's this about? Long story short, because we were paying some of the painters and plasterers in cash, they thought we might have been gamblers because their behaviour aligned with... Took 9 weeks just to get... Oh, it wasn't actually that much more, was it? We were gamblers, because why not ask the question, are you a gambler? No. My husband used to work as a corporate manager at Sky City, but he's never gambled in his life. I try to play snap with him, believe me, he can't. Okay, so then everything just got, who's got box number 5? Oh, I know, it's my good friend John at the back. Everything just got too hard. I met John at a BNI meeting. We had a good old chat. Actually, we were both there watching this woman called Cooke speaking in Victoria Park, wasn't it? Would you like to just help me? I've run out of everything now. Okay, so here I am. And this is the person I became, and all my language, all my words were about this, okay? So it wasn't good. You try driving the car, getting on a bus, doing anything like this, because even though I wasn't wearing them, these were the words I was using, and it was getting a lot worse. And then I found something out that really was a game changer. It was about some words. Okay, put your hand up if you've got a flush toilet in your house. Put 2 hands up if you've got more than one. A toilet that flushes. Some people go, a toilet that flushes? What are you talking about? Okay, right. Put your 1 hand up if you believe that most people in the world do have one flush toilet. Anyone got any idea how many people don't have a flush toilet in their house? Anyone want to have a go? How many people do not have a flush toilet in their house? Okay, there's 7.7 billion people in the world. Anyone want to have a go? How many people don't have a flush toilet? You're not far away. 4.5 billion people don't have a flush toilet. It was like, okay, so I started to change my perspective, even though we only had one and we had builders in and out, and that was a whole other story. But well, actually, it's not that bad because I have got a flush toilet. Because I was over here in this perspective of change. Everything was unexpected. And I was staying there and it was like, oh, maybe there's another perspective. I've got a flush toilet. And I thought, things are hard, but you know what? I had the ability to go and get a job. Yes, we could go and service the mortgage. The mortgage is like a really bad affair, like it's moved into your house, it's there, we don't talk about it. We mention the name and it's like, oh, so it's not great. But I thought, you know what, we can do this. It's absolutely possible. Now, the book that I've written, by the way, Buy the Damn Dress, has got absolutely nothing to do with buying dresses. It's just a story that happened to me that changed my perspective and the words and the language that I was using. And I started to think about this, the power of possibility. It's one of my pops, I have lots. Your position of perspective, the power of possibility. Tell the person beside you really quickly what possibility means to you and your business setting in particular. What is possibility? What's possibility? Oh, don't talk to your neighbour. David, talk to your neighbour. David, by the way, is a famous actor. He's amazing. I've reviewed him. He's excellent what he does, and he's edged mortgages. Okay, so then I started to think, well, I am really busy, but then I changed my language. Thought, what's possible with this? And then I realised this, that time is finite, but energy wasn't. I know how to do it. The job I could do it with my eyes closed, so stop my moaning, go and do it, and then I could put my energy into what I love, which was my speaking business. So I changed that language. And then the renovation. Had a meeting with myself and thought, right, people keep saying, how's your innovation going? I'm going, oh, it's so terrible, I'm going to shoot myself, I've had enough. Oh, we've got a jetty, I'm thinking of jumping off the jetty, even at low tide, I could go into the mud, I could sink, I'd be gone. And then I thought, actually, you know what, I decided that if the renovation was finished by 2030, it would be okay, because it was a date. No, a long way out. It is, by the way, it is almost touch wood finished. But so I thought, well, actually, this too shall pass. I changed my language. And then I noticed, because it was all about me, oh yes, what was I doing? It was hard, it was busy. Well, is it that hard? Then I started to hear stories about people that during lockdown, they just got their kitchen taken out and their water turned off and there was a level 4 lockdown. No water, no kitchen. So actually it isn't near as hard as them, because we did have running water. You should see how we wash our clothes. That's a whole other story. So here we go. So then I realised that COVID was happening to the whole world. I thought, why am I minimising what I'm capable of doing just by the words that I say and the stories that I'm telling myself? So I decided to get out of that box, and it was like, yep. But then I decided to get in another box. I decided to starting to look at all my gifts. I got through it. We've still got the house. We're still speaking to each other, my husband and I, most days. The neighbours, we do have to say, look, there might be the odd day of yelling. It's his fault, not mine. But we just say, look, this is what's going on. But then I decided to look at what I had as a gift. And then I made one of these, and it's actually really useful. Make one for work. Don't you speak to me like that, I'm a gift, because that's what we are. And that's what you are. You are absolutely unique, okay? Absolutely unique. And you know that you are. And when you treat yourself like that, you suddenly feel so much better. I'm just scanning around to see if there's, do you tell me? Jatim. Come and see me. Okay, Jatim is my new best friend. She's coming to a meeting. I invited her to tonight. Professional speakers. Okay, so here we go. Look, I brought one of these, and she knows she's a gift. She's a sassy mama. Literally, I read it on there. Hop in there. Now, when she treats herself like a gift, and I treat myself like a gift, get in there. With all our gifts, all our negativity. Catherine Cooke, there's a conversation we had not that long ago when you were being negative about yourself. I'm just telling on you right now. And look, I'm sorry about the positioning of the rosettes, but actually, not sorry at all. Planned that way, and a belly button. Okay, so if I'm feeling like I can claim my power, which I talk about a lot in my book, and she can claim her power, and we're gifts to each other, what's that relationship? What are the words and stories going to be like? Positive. Because we know that we have the power to overcome that just by changing our words and our stories. I've absolutely fast-tracked this just to give you a quick overview of what we do. We do have some little gifts or treats if people are interested. We've got Buy the Damn Dresses down there. It's got a gold thing on it. It won an award, international award. I couldn't believe it. I thought, no, I didn't pay the money for it either. Really happy about that. We've also got a book called Trailblazers. It's a different way of thinking for impact, inspiration, and something else that starts with I. And you can pick up a copy of that. It's got chapters all written by people like Adam Harris and Christine Rankin and Julia Grace. I don't know if I've missed anybody. We're all professional speakers. We've all got a story to tell, some really good things there about business. And our new book, What the Hell? Not What the Hell. Because you've got to know how to get from here to there. It's been an absolute privilege, my new friend and I. If you anybody wants to get your picture taken in the box at the end. Words that you say, the stories that you tell yourself. I'm a wordologist, words that work. That's what I speak and talk about. This is a very condensed version, but Catherine was giving me the look. You know the look? Peter knows the look. Okay, so it's time to wrap it up. Thank you very much. And yeah, leave it.
Okay, so you all know me. Off. Okay, here we go. So, I was sitting at home last night. We were here with Catherine and Peter and Zoe till about 5:30, and I know that she was feeling a little bit stressed. So we fixed everything up here, went off home, and I was sitting there while I was cooking dinner, and I thought, she's going to be nervous about today. And so I sent you a message, and I said, you're going to be amazing, because you really are. When I met Catherine, we had a bumpy road to say. I'm a feisty little Greek, very feisty. And so we had a bit of a rocky road, and she was talking to me about the bus that she was on, and I was like, what the is this bus? But, you know, we went along with the bus. So, Catherine, this is for you to just say to you, you are truly amazing. You've helped me a lot along the way. I've discovered things about myself that I didn't think that I had. And I want you to have a very happy birthday for tomorrow. Catherine's birthday tomorrow, everybody. So happy birthday to Catherine. So thank you.
Well, I'm not normally lost for words, but yeah, it's quite overwhelming really, but as Athena said, yeah, and I did say we had a bit of storming to start with and feeling our way, but we have a loving relationship 6 months on, or 7 months on. What I probably didn't tell all of you is in 2008, I had probably around 65 staff at that point. And I used to have this revolving door in my office of problems. And I literally reached a saturation point one day and I just slammed the door, but before I slammed it, I stuck this note on the door. It was like I'm not working anymore notice. And it said, behind this door is solutions. Do not enter this office anymore with problems. And that's literally what happened. But they got one back on me. They voted for me to be Employer of the Year. And I thought they didn't like me. Not only did they vote me to be Employer of the Year, I ended up becoming runner-up Employer of the North Shore Business Award when there was 500 entrants. And really what I'm telling you the story is my people make me the greater person that I am. As Charlotte said at the beginning, we borrow our people, but it is also our obligation to grow them, to give them pathways, to nourish them, to make them feel uncomfortable to grow. And Athena, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate it. I appreciated your text last night. Wow, what a forum. I hope you've all enjoyed it. I also want to acknowledge somebody else who turned up a little bit late. Not that we actually shame people for being late, but anyway, I knew he was going to be late. But the man over there who's going, please don't talk about me, please don't talk about me, Greg Muller from GM Legal. He's been in my life since I bought a property when I was about 21 years of age. And he goes, what do you want to buy a property for? And then he goes, what do you want to buy a business for? What do you want to get in a business for? But without Greg, I would not have been able to navigate some of the adversity in my life. Greg is not just my lawyer, he's my personal friend. Tomorrow I do turn 51 years of age. I wasn't 26, I lied, sorry. But I'm 51 tomorrow. So having people like Greg, people like Walker Wayland, having Corinne in my life, Alana, where's Alana? Alana and I, we were checkout girls, she loves the story. Alana is also at Walker Wayland. Alana, put your hand up. And Alana and I go way back to when we were 16 and we used to really rock smocks. But really what I'm saying to you is there will be people that come into your life and really nourish those relationships. I have clients that come and go, but they are friends for life. Shannon and Scott down there who own GER Engine Reconditioners. I'm so proud of both of you. Met you a while back, way back, and love being on the journey. Leslie, you and I worked through some difficult times in COVID, but you'll always be a friend for life. And anybody who I work with, a friend for life. And some of you have only met me today for the first time, but you've Zoomed with me I don't know how many times. Jackie, put your hand up. Jackie asked that question about building. Jackie's my client at Cambridge Homes. She's the franchisee for Cambridge Homes, North Waikato, and today she made the journey out from Te Kofita. I have to say, not just to see me, she came to see Christine Rankin, of all people. Which brings me to my next part of my story. Christine, welcome. Welcome to the Engine. Christine is on a journey now with the Engine. She's not only mayor of going to be a candidate, or as a candidate for mayor for Taupo, but she's also joining the Engine as a leading business advisor, and we both share similar stories. You see, what I didn't tell you is that I grew up in a state house with 7 other siblings, and my mother used to do 3 jobs. She worked really, really hard. And as I was growing up as a child, I realised this wasn't the life that I wanted more. Which is why I did 3 jobs until I was 21 and continued to do 3 jobs post being 21, which is why I had 3 companies and I have 3 companies now. Can you see the story? The theme, I should say. Anything is possible. Remove the from impossible and make it possible. If you've enjoyed the forum today, I'd be so grateful if you could scan on your way out the QR code and tell people about what you've learned today and how well this forum has been for you. I'm hoping you've taken some really good key takeaways that you can apply in your own businesses. Please put a review on, not just the Engines page, but also Hourly Estate. I'm hopeful that you've enjoyed the food and the service from the team today. If you haven't enjoyed a drop from Wine Time, then shame on you. You probably should have. But please do get associated with Wine Time. It really will impress your customers. I want to also thank the amazing kitchen team who put so much love into the food. Yes, it is love that makes food. I know that because I haven't cooked since I met Peter Cooke nearly 6 years ago. I haven't cooked, literally, haven't cooked. And the dedicated service of the front of house team, Athena, your organisation is absolutely like, I've never seen anything like it. You're just this crazy little Zuzu pet. Does anyone know what Zuzu pets are? I had them in my bag in LA. It was making a zzz noise as I was going to the airport. They were sure I had something else in my bag. They opened it up and it was just Zuzu rats running around for my daughter. Stacey, my niece, and Zoe, you've worked tirelessly to make this form a reality, and thank you. Again, I trust you've taken away some amazing gems of learning and some incredible new connections. I just want to remind you, it's not called building a business for fun. And you don't know what you don't know. But I do know that with the engine beside you and our specialist business community, your business will be set for long-term success with clarity and certainty, with us swimming beside you. I did say swimming. I did say bikini. If you're lucky enough, you might get to see me in one. I did say 26, not 51. You may even be eligible for capability funding to work with us. Contact my friends at the Pacific Business Trust if you know of anybody that needs help. The same with the Auckland Business Chamber of Commerce. They're working with MB. We work with them as a leading service provider. Now, before we wrap, I'd like to invite Eve Hay back to appropriately do a closing karakia. Eve.
Kia ora tātou. I think I was a bit nervous at the start, so I think today, if you don't mind standing and joining me together to read this karakia might be nice. Kia hora te marino. Kia whakapapa pounamu te moana. Hei huarahi mā tātou I te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai. Tātou, ia tātou katoa. And the last line together, hui e, tai ki e. Thank you, Catherine.
So that's a wrap. And so I just want to go back to what I said at the beginning. Know who you are and use it to your advantage. The world is your oyster and everything is possible. Thank you very much for attending today. And please do take time to be present. If you can stay, network a bit longer. We're not kicking you out. Safe travels if you are going home. Kelly, back to Wellington. Kelly came all the way from Wellington today. And funny enough, we know the same people. And Jackie, safe travels for you back to Te Kowhata as well. And for the rest of you, wherever your travels may take you today, keep safe and look after the people that matter most to you and around you. Thank you.